Welcome to Mr. Sleep Story. Close your eyes, relax your mind, and let the rhythm of my voice carry you to a faraway lands. Today's story begins in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tonight, we delve into the world of The Sphinx Without a Secret, a fascinating short story by the renowned author Oscar Wilde. In this intriguing tale, Wilde explores the mysteries of love, identity, and the allure of the unknown, with his signature wit and depth. There are moments in life when we encounter something so extraordinary, so tantalizingly out of reach, that it lingers in our minds long after the experience has passed. This is a story of one such encounter, though, as with all mysteries, it begins with the smallest of impressions, an almost imperceptible glimpse into something far greater than we could understand at the time. It was many years ago, on an evening in the heart of London, that I first saw her, the woman who would become the subject of my deepest musings, my most fervent curiosity, and, dare I admit, the woman who would haunt me long after the fleeting moments of our brief acquaintance had dissolved into the ether of time. I was not a man given to flights of fancy, nor to the intoxications of passion that seem to hold sway over the hearts of lesser men. No, I prided myself on my logical mind, my ability to separate sentiment from reason. Yet, there are forces in this world that defy all attempts to categorize them, and she was one such force. I had been invited to a gathering of some notable acquaintances, men of wit, women of beauty, and intellectuals who prided themselves on their sharpness. It was there, amid the idle chatter and the flickering candlelight, that I saw her. She entered the room with an ease that seemed almost unnatural, her presence marking the air like the sudden shift of a summer breeze. The hum of conversation stilled for a moment, imperceptibly, yet unmistakably, as if the very room had noticed the change. Her beauty was not of the usual sort. There were no overt displays of charm or flirtation. No need for such things. She wore a simple gown, its color subdued, but it was the quiet dignity with which she carried herself that made all others pale in comparison. There was a gravity to her, an elegance that seemed to come from a place far removed from the ordinary world. I had seen beautiful women before, of course. Women whose charm was in their laughter or the artifice of their makeup. Women whose beauty seemed fleeting, the kind that you could admire from a distance but knew would lose their shine with the passing of time. But this woman was different. There was something eternal about her, something that made her seem both of this world and not of it. She did not speak much at first, preferring to listen, her dark eyes scanning the room, assessing it with a quiet intensity that left you feeling exposed, as though she could see through the very fabric of your soul. I, like the others, found myself drawn to her presence in a way that I could not explain. The men around her, the so-called men of culture and experience, seemed to forget themselves entirely in her presence. They fumbled over their words, attempting to appear more than they were, and in doing so only made themselves seem less. She, however, remained composed, serene, as though untouched by their affections, or perhaps merely amused by them. I could not take my eyes off her. It was as though she had cast a spell over the room, and I, too, had become an unwilling participant in whatever strange enchantment she wielded. And yet, there was no overt magic, no grand gestures. There was only her quiet poise, her subtle power, the way her gaze held everything in place without lifting a finger. I did not approach her immediately. I observed, as a man of reason does, calculating the nature of the mystery that stood before me. She seemed untouchable, not in the way that some women are distant, but in a manner more profound, untouched by time, untouched by the expectations that governed ordinary lives. It was then that I realized I was not merely looking at a woman. I was looking at an enigma, a puzzle that seemed too complex for even my sharpest faculties to untangle. I spoke with others at the gathering, exchanged pleasantries, and engaged in the usual social rituals. But all the while, my mind returned to her, circling her like a moth drawn to an unseen flame. Who was she? Where had she come from? Why did she seem so impossibly distant, as though she existed in a realm that was forever out of reach? And so, it was on that fateful evening that my fascination with the Sphinx began. I did not know it then, but my pursuit of her mystery would become an obsession, one that would shadow me for years to come, its answer always just beyond my grasp. I could not have known that I was about to step into a world that would defy every expectation I had, a world where appearances would deceive, and where the truth would reveal itself in ways I could never have imagined. The Sphinx had entered my life, and she would leave me with a question that no answer could ever satisfy. The days that followed that first encounter were filled with an odd, restless anticipation. It seemed impossible to shake the image of her from my mind, as if the very air I breathed carried with it the lingering trace of her presence. I had seen many women in my time, of course, some fairer, some more charming, some far more approachable. But none had left such a mark upon me as she had. There was something uniquely compelling about her, something that resisted explanation. Perhaps it was the way she moved through the world as if it were not quite her world to begin with, as though she were merely an observer in a play whose script she had long since memorized, yet no longer found interesting. The opportunity to speak with her again came sooner than I had expected. A mutual acquaintance, a man of considerable social standing and charm, invited me to another gathering, a party, if you will, at his lavish estate. I did not attend these gatherings often. I preferred the company of books and solitary thought. But the pull of the enigma, the lure of what I had begun to suspect was a secret, proved too great. I could not resist. I told myself it was mere curiosity, nothing more, and certainly nothing that could lead to an obsession. After all, I was a man of reason. What could possibly be so intriguing about a woman whose only real characteristic seemed to be an aura of mystery? As I arrived at the host's grand house, I was greeted by the usual trappings of such events. Laughter, the soft clink of crystal glasses, and the rustle of fine fabrics as guests maneuvered through the rooms, exchanging pleasantries and polite conversation. Yet, amidst all this, my attention was immediately drawn to her. She stood in the far corner of the room, almost as if she were intentionally distant from the buzz of the gathering. Her posture was impeccable, and though her face remained serene, there was a certain unreadable quality in her eyes. She was not looking at anyone in particular, yet it seemed as if she were aware of every movement in the room, every whispered conversation, every shifting glance. I was determined this time. I would speak with her. I could no longer ignore the question that had gnawed at me ever since our first meeting. Who was she really? What lay beneath the surface of her immaculate composure? I made my way across the room, my steps deliberate but not hurried. As I approached, I noticed a slight change in her demeanor. Her gaze flickered, acknowledging my approach, yet it was neither welcoming nor dismissive. It was simply there. She was neither interested in evading my presence nor in encouraging it. It was as though she had already decided that I was an observer and nothing more. "Good evening," I said, my voice betraying a hint of unease, for even now, after all this time, I was aware of the subtle power she wielded without speaking. "Good evening," she replied, her tone as cool and poised as ever. It was impossible to detect any warmth or coldness in it, only a perfect calm. "How are you this evening?" It was a simple question, one of those social niceties that one exchanges without much thought. Yet, when she asked it, it felt weighty, as if she were truly waiting for an answer, as though she already knew the answer before I even spoke it. "I am well, thank you," I replied, my voice carrying more confidence than I truly felt. The words were polite enough, but I could not help but sense that this conversation would not be like the others I had with people here. There was something more to her, something hidden just out of reach, like a puzzle where the pieces did not yet fit. "I must say," I continued, unable to resist, "there is something about you that feels familiar, though I cannot quite place it." Her lips curved into the faintest of smiles, a smile that seemed to hold 1,000 secrets within it, secrets that I could never hope to uncover. "Perhaps it is that I am a stranger in every room I enter. I suppose that makes familiarity a rare thing." I paused, taken aback by her response. It was a cryptic remark, but one that seemed to contain a truth I was not yet ready to comprehend. She spoke as though the world around her was not quite her own, as if she was an outsider, merely passing through, unnoticed by those who surrounded her. Yet her presence commanded attention, even in its quietude. I had been speaking for several minutes, but it felt as though time had warped around us, as if those minutes were hours and yet no time at all. The conversation flowed between us like water running over stones, steady but disjointed, and I felt an overwhelming sense that she was always just beyond the reach of my understanding. "What is it that you seek?" I asked, almost involuntarily. It was the question that had occupied my mind since our first meeting, the question that had given rise to the mystery surrounding her. She turned her gaze upon me, and for the first time I felt something shift in the air, a subtle tension, a crack in the facade of her indifference. Her eyes seemed to pierce through me, and for a brief moment I thought she might speak, might reveal something that would unmask her and bring clarity to the puzzle she had become. But no words came. Instead, she smiled again, the smile that was as enigmatic as ever. "I seek nothing," she replied softly. "I merely exist." I was left with a sense of perplexing finality. What did it mean to merely exist? Was this her secret? Was she truly as simple as that? A woman with no hidden depths, no tortured past, no mystery at all? And yet, as I stood there, looking into her calm eyes, I knew that such a simple answer could not possibly be the whole truth. No, there was more to her. I could feel it in every word she did not say, in every gesture she did not make. I had only scratched the surface of her mystery, and something told me that the answers I sought would not come easily. The days after our second meeting seemed to stretch before me like an endless maze, each turn more perplexing than the last. I found myself haunted by her presence, yet more so by the utter lack of clarity surrounding her. What did she mean when she said she merely existed? What lay beneath that serene exterior, behind the quiet, unspoken words? And why was it so impossible for me to move beyond the illusion of her mystery, even when she gave so little of herself away? In my growing obsession, I began to inquire about her past, though I found no easy answers. I would ask others in the circles I frequented, searching for any clue that might explain the enigma that was her. But it was as though the very mention of her name caused a shift in the room, a subtle shift that made others uneasy, as though the subject were one best avoided. I heard fragments of stories, rumors that hinted at a shadowy past, but nothing substantial. Each tale was a mere whisper in the dark, a fleeting mention that quickly dissolved into the air, leaving only more questions behind. It was said that she had been raised in distant lands, perhaps in the east, or perhaps in the depths of some long-forgotten country. But no one could confirm where. There were murmurs that she had once been part of some grand family, a lineage so ancient that even the most well-read men could not trace it. Some said she had lived through events that would have broken lesser souls, yet still she carried herself with an air of unshaken calm. I spoke with a friend one evening who claimed to have known her for many years, and his words offered more questions than answers. "She's always been like that," he said, his eyes darting uneasily as if he himself feared uncovering something that was better left untouched. "There's no past to speak of, really. She's a woman apart, a mystery that will never be solved." His cryptic words only deepened my obsession, a mystery that will never be solved. There was something in the way he spoke that made the idea both tantalizing and maddening. How could there be no past? How could such a remarkable woman simply be without any origin to explain her presence in the world? I had seen her at several more gatherings, each time more distant, more aloof than before. The longer I observed her, the more convinced I became that there was something hidden beneath her composed surface. A secret, a truth, a past that had yet to be revealed. I began to see patterns in her behavior. At one particular gathering, I noticed she always positioned herself at the edges of the room, as if she preferred to observe rather than to engage. When others spoke to her, she replied briefly, her words carefully chosen, as though she were measuring every interaction before it left her lips. And yet, no one ever seemed to press her for more, as if they, too, were afraid of what might lie beneath. On another occasion, I overheard a conversation between two men discussing her, their voices low, filled with caution. "She has a past, you know," one of them said, "but it's not the kind of thing you ask about, not if you value your peace of mind." The other man laughed nervously, as if the very mention of it was enough to make him uncomfortable. "I've heard things," he added, "but none of it makes sense. It's as if she was someone else entirely in another life. But that's just nonsense. We all have our histories, don't we?" And yet, there it was again, the hint of something other in the words that were said, the suggestion that there was something profound and unsettling about her past that no one dared to confront. It was as if a veil had been cast over the very idea of her history, and those who might have known it were reluctant to lift it. I took to following her more closely, not in any overt way, but simply as an observer, a silent witness to her movements. Every evening she attended the gatherings with the same air of quiet detachment, never allowing anyone to get too close, yet always remaining the center of attention. She moved like a figure out of legend, untouchable, ethereal, as though the world around her were mere scenery. One evening, when she had retreated into the garden to escape the crowd, I found myself, once again, drawn to her side. She stood by a fountain, staring into the water, lost in thought. The silence between us felt oppressive, yet I could not bring myself to speak. It was as though words would break the spell, shatter the delicate atmosphere between us. And then, as though sensing my hesitation, she she turned her gaze toward me. Her eyes, as always, seemed to pierce through me, seeing far more than I could ever hope to reveal. "Why do you watch me so closely?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, as though speaking louder might disturb something sacred between us. I hesitated, unsure how to respond. I find myself wondering about you," I admitted. "There is something about you, something that feels as though it should be known, yet remains beyond reach. It is as if you have a secret, a past that you keep hidden. What is it?" She regarded me with that same inscrutable expression, and for a long moment she said nothing. The silence stretched, thick and heavy, as though she were deciding whether or not to grant me the answer I sought. Finally, she spoke again, her voice low, almost tired. "It is not that I have a secret," she said, her words so softly spoken that I had to strain to hear them. "It is simply that I have no past worth sharing. What would you have me say? That I am something I am not? Or would you prefer the illusion that I am someone I could never be?" Her words hung in the air, elusive and unsettling, and I realized that perhaps the mystery was not in what she had hidden, but in what she was not revealing, and what I had imagined her to be. And yet, despite her words, I could not shake the feeling that there was more beneath the surface than she was willing to admit. The truth, I began to realize, was not in her past. It was in the way she made you question your own assumptions, your own perceptions. She was a puzzle not because of her history, but because of how she made you see the world, how she made you want to see the world. The more I searched, the more I uncovered about myself than I ever could about her. The mystery was not hers alone, but mine as well. The weeks that passed after our last conversation seemed to blur into one another, each day indistinguishable from the next. I found myself immersed in a quiet obsession, chasing fragments of her image in every conversation, every gathering, every fleeting moment of solitude. There were times when I questioned whether I had made the right decision by becoming so consumed by her. Yet there were other times when I felt drawn to the mystery of her like a moth to the flame. I could no longer distinguish where my fascination with her began and my own introspective desires ended. The lines between the two had blurred, and I could only follow the current wherever it led. And so, I returned to the gathering once more, hoping, perhaps desperately, for another glimpse of the woman who had so thoroughly bewitched my thoughts. I had grown accustomed to the lavish events, the laughter that echoed through gilded halls, and the delicate clinking of glasses filled with wine. Yet, as always, my attention gravitated toward the far corners of the room, toward the subtle, almost imperceptible shift in the air that signaled her presence. She was there again, of course, standing apart from the others as she always did. Her posture was poised, yet her eyes, those deep, unsettling eyes, were unfocused, distant, as though she were contemplating something far beyond the walls of the room. I watched her from across the room, my curiosity burning brighter with every passing second. It had become a ritual, this silent study of her movements, this quiet longing to unlock the secrets that she so carefully guarded. The conversation around her was lively, as it always was. There were men who attempted to win her attention with extravagant stories, women who whispered behind their fans, pretending not to notice her gaze. Yet no one, it seemed, could truly penetrate the calm, serene shell she had so carefully constructed. Everyone treated her with a kind of reverence, an unspoken agreement that, though she existed among them, she was something beyond their reach. I found myself moving closer, unable to resist. As I approached, I noticed a slight shift in her demeanor. Her head turned ever so slightly, as if she had known I was coming long before I had even made the decision to walk toward her. She looked at me, her gaze steady but unreadable, and for a moment I felt an overwhelming sense of inevitability. Like the closing of a door that had never been open, and yet, once closed, it was as though it had never been anything but shut. "You're watching me again," she said softly, the words like a feather brushing against my skin. Her voice was a whisper, barely audible over the murmurs of the room, yet it seemed to resonate deep within me, in places I had never before acknowledged. I nodded, unable to speak, my heart beating faster than it should. I cannot help myself. There is something about you, something I cannot understand." She tilted her head ever so slightly, a gesture that seemed to carry with it 1,000 meanings, none of which I could fully grasp. "I have nothing to offer you," she said, her tone now laced with an eerie calm. "No story to tell, no secret to reveal. I am only what you see before you." Her words, so simple, should have satisfied my thirst for answers, but instead, they left me with even more questions. Was this really all there was to her? No hidden past, no mystery to unravel? Or was she simply toying with me, playing the role of the inscrutable woman who could never be understood, forever just beyond my grasp? I took a step forward, compelled by something I could neither name nor resist. "But there must be something more," I insisted. "I have heard things, rumors, stories. I know there is something you are hiding, something I am meant to find." She gave a small, almost imperceptible smile, the kind of smile that could mean 1,000 things, none of which were easily understood. It was a smile that spoke of knowledge, of secrets held close, and of the utter futility of my pursuit. "What if I told you," she said, her voice barely a murmur, "that the truth is far more mundane than you think? What if I told you that the very thing you seek is nothing more than an illusion?" My mind raced, desperate to make sense of her words, but she offered no more explanation. Instead, she turned her gaze back toward the crowd, as if I had never spoken, as if I were a mere shadow in the background of her life. For a moment, I stood frozen, as if the words had carved their way into my soul, leaving me with nothing but the emptiness of their meaning. I could not let it go. I could not accept that the answer was so simple. I had to know more, had to pierce the veil that she had wrapped around herself, had to understand why she insisted on remaining so distant, so unreachable. My mind spun with possibilities, each more improbable than the last. Perhaps she was hiding something far darker, something too terrible for the light of day. Perhaps her calm, serene exterior was a facade, a mask to cover a past too tragic or too shameful to reveal. As the evening wore on, I watched her from across the room, my thoughts racing. There were moments when I thought I saw something flicker behind her eyes, an emotion, a memory, that betrayed her composed exterior, but it was always gone before I could grasp it. And, as the night drew to a close, I realized that the truth, whatever it was, remained as elusive as ever. Perhaps, I thought, it was not the past that I was meant to uncover, but something far more important. Perhaps the mystery of the woman was not in the history she kept hidden, but in the way she made everyone around her question what they thought they knew. Perhaps the secret was not in what had happened, but in what could never be known. As I left the gathering that night, the questions continued to swirl in my mind, unanswered and unsettling. I could not escape the feeling that I had come closer to something, something significant, but had not yet reached it. And though I could not yet see it, I knew, deep in my bones, that the truth was there, just out of sight, waiting for the moment when it would finally reveal itself. And when it did, I feared it would shatter everything I thought I knew about her, and about myself. The weeks drifted by in a haze of confusion and unanswered questions. Each encounter with her seemed to bring me closer to the edge of some grand revelation. Yet each time I came closer, the answers slipped further from my grasp, like water flowing through my fingers. I had begun to understand something, though. There was a purpose behind the way she kept her distance, a method to the mystery she so carefully cultivated. Yet, the more I tried to make sense of it, the more I became entangled in the web she had spun. One afternoon, a letter arrived at my doorstep, an invitation of sorts. The handwriting was elegant, almost archaic, and it was unmistakably hers. My heart quickened when I saw her name, and a knot of both excitement and trepidation settled deep in my chest. The note was brief, but its contents were enough to send my thoughts spiraling. If you wish to know me truly, then come to my home at dusk. There, we shall have no distractions, and perhaps you will find the answers you seek. The words were cryptic, of course, but there was something in them that tugged at me, something in the quiet simplicity that made it feel almost like a command. And so, without hesitation, I made preparations to visit her, knowing that this could be the moment I had been waiting for, the moment when the veil would finally lift. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows over the city, I made my way to her address. The journey was long, winding through narrow streets I had never walked before. The further I went, the less familiar the surroundings became, as if I were being led into another world entirely, one where the ordinary rules of time and space no longer applied. Her house stood at the end of a forgotten lane, tucked away behind high, ivy-clad walls that seemed to reach for the sky. It was a large, imposing structure, not the kind of place you would expect someone like her to inhabit. The house had an air of neglect, as though it had once been grand, but had long since fallen into disrepair. The windows were dark, and the front door, when I knocked, seemed to take an eternity to open. When it finally did, the woman herself appeared, as serene as ever, her expression unreadable. "Come in," she said, stepping aside to allow me entry. Her voice was soft, yet firm, and the way she spoke left no room for refusal. I stepped across the threshold, and instantly I felt a shift in the air. The house was cool, almost unnaturally so, and there was an unsettling stillness that hung over everything. The walls were lined with heavy tapestries, their rich colors faded with age, and the furniture, though expensive, appeared unused, as if it had been arranged for an audience rather than for living. It was a place frozen in time, untouched by the hands of those who might have once inhabited it. "Please, make yourself comfortable," she said, gesturing toward a chair in the dimly lit sitting room. As I sat, I could not help but feel that every object in the room was deliberately placed to keep me from seeing something, as though it were hiding a truth I was not yet ready to understand. "You wanted answers," she continued, settling into a chair across from me. "And now you will have them. But be warned, sometimes the answers we seek are not what we expect." Her gaze, as always, was steady, but there was something different about her tonight. It was as though she were standing on the edge of something vast and unknowable, and she was daring me to step closer. I could not resist. "What is it that you are hiding?" I asked. my voice barely above a whisper. I felt as though I were speaking aloud only to myself, the walls of the room closing in, pushing me toward an understanding I could not yet reach. For a long moment, she said nothing. She simply looked at me, her eyes unblinking as though weighing my very soul. Then, with a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of years, she spoke. "Everything you have heard is true, and yet it is all a lie," she said softly. Her words were as quiet as the shadows that stretched across the room, but they held a truth that made my blood run cold. "I am not who you think I am. My past is not what you believe it to be. And yet, I have never lied to you. I have only shown you what you have been willing to see." Her voice faltered slightly, and for the first time, I sensed a crack in the impenetrable facade she had so carefully constructed. There was something there, something raw and real, something she had been hiding from the world, something even she could not fully contain. "You asked about my past," she continued, her tone growing more distant. "But what if my past is not something that belongs to me at all? What if it is a story that has been written for me, a narrative crafted by the hands of others, and I have no choice but to play my part? What if everything you know about me is not my truth, but the truth that others have forced upon me?" I leaned forward, my heart racing. Her words were like a riddle, twisting and turning, leading me down a path I was both terrified and compelled to follow. What was she saying? That her life, her entire existence, was not her own. That someone else had shaped her into this enigma? "There are things in this house," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "Things that have been hidden for so long that I no longer know where the truth ends and the lies begin. I have spent my life running from them, from the people who want to control me, to make me into something I am not. But I can never escape." I was overwhelmed, my mind reeling from the implications of her words. What did she mean? Who were these people? What did they want with her? The silence that followed felt oppressive, as though the very air around us had grown thick with secrets too dangerous to speak. And then, as if sensing my inner turmoil, she stood and moved to a nearby shelf. She reached for an old, dust-covered book and handed it to me without a word. As I took the book from her hands, I felt a cold shiver run through me. The leather was aged, the pages yellowed with time, and there was something almost forbidden about the way it seemed to pulse with hidden energy. "Read it," she said, her voice now barely audible, "and you will know the truth. But be warned, some truths are not meant to be known." With those words, she turned and walked away, leaving me alone with the book and the overwhelming sense that I had just opened a door to something far darker than I could have ever imagined. The book felt heavy in my hands, its weight a subtle warning that I could not ignore. As I traced my fingers along its worn leather cover, I felt an unspoken promise, one that whispered of hidden truths, of secrets waiting to be revealed. Yet, as I looked at the book in the dimly lit room, I also felt a strange hesitation. It was as though the pages within contained something more than just words, something alive, something that could change everything I thought I knew about her, about myself. She had left me alone with the book, vanishing into the shadows of the house as if she were never truly there at all. Her presence lingered in the room, though, an almost tangible force that wrapped itself around me like a thick fog. Every instinct within me screamed to put the book down, to walk away before I became too entangled in whatever darkness lay within. But my curiosity, that insatiable hunger for answers, pushed me forward, urging me to open the pages, to uncover the secrets that she had so carefully guarded. I sat back in the chair, the book resting on my lap, and slowly, deliberately, I lifted the cover. The scent of aged paper and ink filled the air, a familiar and yet foreign smell that made the room feel even more claustrophobic. As I turned the first page, the words began to dance before my eyes, their meaning just out of reach, as though they were slipping away from me even as I tried to grasp them. At first, the pages appeared to be filled with an old, formal script, language I recognized but had not seen in years. The words were elegant, almost haunting, and they seemed to weave together into a tale that was both familiar and foreign. I could make out fragments of sentences, glimpses of names and places, but nothing fully coherent. It was as if the book were deliberately resisting my attempts to understand it. I turned more pages, growing more desperate, my fingers trembling with the need to uncover what lay within. Then, as if in response to my growing frustration, the words began to change. The ink seemed to shift before my eyes, becoming bolder, more distinct, and the text transformed into something clearer, more understandable. The writing took on a darker tone, and I felt a chill sweep through the room as the book seemed to come alive in my hands. The words began to describe a story, one that felt disturbingly familiar. It was a tale of a woman who had been caught in the web of fate, a woman who had been shaped by the hands of those who sought to control her. The name that appeared on the page sent a jolt through my body. Her name. I read on, my heart pounding in my chest as the story unfolded. It spoke of her childhood, of a life marked by secrets and shadows, of people who had pulled the strings of her existence from the very beginning. There were mentions of her family, her upbringing, and of an event that had changed the course of her life forever. But the details were vague, clouded by layers of obfuscation, as though someone had intentionally sought to bury the truth. The deeper I read, the more unsettling the story became. There were passages that spoke of manipulation, of betrayals too deep to comprehend, and of a past that had been buried so thoroughly that even she seemed unaware of its true nature. It was as though the very fabric of her life had been woven with lies, and now these lies were beginning to unravel, exposing a truth she had never known. But then, just as I thought I was on the verge of understanding, the words shifted again, this time into a strange, cryptic language. Symbols and characters appeared on the pages, ones I did not recognize, as if the book were speaking to me in a tongue I could not decipher. A sense of dread crept over me, and for a moment I felt as though the room itself were closing in, as though the book were drawing me into its web. I closed it quickly, snapping the cover shut, but not before I had glimpsed the final line, an inscription that burned itself into my memory. The Sphinx will remain silent, but the truth shall be heard by those who dare listen. I sat there in stunned silence, my mind racing with the implications of what I had just read. The book had revealed enough to leave me both shaken and confused, but it had also left me with more questions than answers. Who had written this? Was it meant for me to find? And what did this cryptic message about the Sphinx truly mean? It was at that moment that I heard footsteps approaching from the hallway. I looked up, my heart pounding as I realized she was coming back. The door to the sitting room creaked open, and she appeared once more, as composed and serene as ever. But there was something different about her now, an aura of knowing, a quiet confidence that hadn't been there before. It was as though the woman before me had become someone else entirely, someone who had been shaped by the very secrets I had uncovered. "You've read it," haven't you?" she said softly, her eyes locking with mine. There was no accusation in her voice, only a strange sense of acceptance. I nodded, unable to speak, my thoughts still tangled in the pages of the book, still reeling from the revelations it had offered. "Good," she continued, her voice taking on a strange, almost detached quality. "You have seen a part of my story, but what you do with that knowledge is up to you." I opened my mouth to ask her about the cryptic message, about the Sphinx, about everything I had just read, but the words caught in my throat. Something about her presence, the way she stood there, holding herself with such quiet power, kept me from asking. It was as if I were on the edge of something far deeper, something darker, and the questions I wanted to ask were not meant to be spoken aloud. "You must understand," she said, her voice almost a whisper now, "that some truths are dangerous to know. Some doors, once opened, cannot be closed again." She turned away from me then, her figure retreating into the shadows of the house, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the weight of what I had just learned. The book had offered me a glimpse into her world, but it had also warned me that some knowledge is not meant to be possessed. As I sat there in the fading light, I realized that I had crossed a threshold I could never return from. The truth, whatever it might be, was no longer a distant concept. It was something I had touched, something that now lingered in the corners of my mind, waiting to reveal itself in ways I could not yet comprehend. And though I knew the path ahead would be treacherous, I also knew that there was no turning back. The Sphinx, it seemed, would remain silent. But I had heard its riddle, and I knew that my journey had only just begun. The silence in the room was suffocating. Even the air seemed thick with the weight of unspoken things, hanging like a mist just out of reach. The door had clicked shut behind her with a finality that echoed through the house, leaving me alone, yet not truly alone. The house itself seemed to pulse with an unseen presence, as if it were a living thing, watching me, waiting for something. I sat motionless, the book still resting in my lap, its leather cover cool against my fingers. The cryptic message I had read burned in my mind. The Sphinx will remain silent, but the truth shall be heard by those who dare listen. I tried to make sense of it, to fit the pieces of this puzzle together, but the more I thought about it, the more elusive the answers became. What was the Sphinx? What truth was she hiding? And why had she led me here, to this place, where the line between reality and something else seemed to blur? The questions piled on top of each other, suffocating me with their weight, and yet I could not stop myself from seeking the answers, even if they would tear me apart. I stood up, the book still clutched tightly in my hands. The room seemed to shift around me as I moved, the shadows in the corners deepening, the air growing colder. I could not shake the feeling that I was being watched, that something, or someone, was waiting for me to make a move. But what move was left to make? The hall beyond the sitting room was long, narrow, and dimly lit, the faint glow of candlelight flickering along the walls. I had only ventured this far once before, when I had first arrived at the house. But tonight, something felt different. There was an unfamiliar heaviness in the air, an almost tangible sense of anticipation. I walked slowly, my footsteps soft on the wooden floors, each one echoing in the silence that surrounded me. At the end of the hall, there was a door, an old, weathered door that seemed to hum with some unseen energy. It was the kind of door that one might pass by without a second thought. But now, as I stood before it, I could feel its significance pressing down on me. Something inside me told me that I was meant to open it, that behind that door lay the answers I had been searching for. My hand reached for the doorknob, and as I touched it, I felt a jolt of electricity run through me, a pulse that seemed to resonate deep within my bones. The air grew even colder, and for a moment I hesitated. But then a voice whispered through my mind, "Open it. The truth is waiting." I twisted the doorknob, and the door creaked open with an unsettling slowness, revealing a small room beyond. The room was dimly lit, but the light that flickered within seemed to come from nowhere. It cast strange, elongated shadows on the walls, twisting and distorting the space around me. The room was filled with bookshelves, but these shelves were different from the others I had seen in the house. They were lined with old, weathered tomes, their spines cracked and faded with age. There was a faint, musty smell in the air, as though these books had not been touched in years. But it wasn't the books that caught my attention. It was the object in the center of the room. A pedestal, old and carved with intricate designs, stood in the middle of the room. Upon it rested a stone figure, a small, lifelike sphinx. It was an object of undeniable beauty, yet it exuded an aura of menace, as though it were not meant to be touched, not meant to be examined. The figure was exquisitely detailed, with eyes that seemed to follow me as I moved, as though it were alive, aware of my every action. I approached it cautiously, my heart pounding in my chest. The closer I got, the more I could feel the weight of its presence, as though the Sphinx were watching me, waiting for me to do something. The closer I came to it, the more I felt as though I were being drawn into its mystery, as though it were calling to me, urging me to uncover the secret it held. I stood before it, unsure of what to do next. I could feel the power of the Sphinx radiating from it, a quiet strength that seemed to hold the room in its grasp. I reached out tentatively, my fingers brushing against the smooth stone surface. It was cold to the touch, but as soon as I made contact, something shifted in the room. The air thickened, the shadows lengthened, and I felt the ground beneath me tremble ever so slightly. The Sphinx's eyes seemed to glow in the dim light, and then, to my astonishment, its lips parted slightly, as if it were about to speak. I took a step back, my breath caught in my throat, as I wondered if I had truly seen what I thought I had. Could this statue, could it truly be alive? Or was it something more, a manifestation of the very mystery I had been chasing? The room grew eerily quiet, and then, from deep within the walls of the house, came a low, distant sound, almost like a sigh. It was as though the house itself were exhaling, releasing a breath it had been holding for centuries. And then, before I could even react, the Sphinx spoke. It was a soft, almost melodic voice, one that seemed to echo from every corner of the room, reverberating in my mind. The words were strange, and yet they felt familiar, as though I had heard them before in some distant dream. The truth you seek is buried beneath the sands of time, lost to the world for reasons that none may know. But those who search with open hearts and clear minds will find it, and the cost of that knowledge will be great. The Sphinx may remain silent, but the truth is a key, and those who possess it may unlock doors no mortal should ever enter. The voice faded, leaving only the lingering echo of its warning in the air. My hand was still resting on the stone Sphinx, and I could feel the weight of its words pressing down on me. A key, a door, the truth, hidden beneath the sands of time. And hand the price of uncovering it, a price I was not sure I was willing to pay. As I pulled my hand away from the Sphinx, the room seemed to return to its normal stillness, the shadows settling once more. The pedestal, the books, the figure. It all appeared as if nothing had changed. But I knew that something had shifted. I had touched something forbidden, something that had set in motion a series of events I could not undo. The Sphinx had spoken, and now there was no turning back. The air had thickened around me, charged with an energy I could not describe. The words of the Sphinx still echoed in my mind, repeating over and over like a warning bell. The truth is a key, and those who possess it may unlock doors no mortal should ever enter. I had been warned. There was no denying it. And yet, despite the dread that settled in my chest, despite the weight of the revelation pressing down on me, I could not tear myself away. The truth had been placed before me, and it was impossible to resist the allure of discovery. I stepped back from the pedestal, my mind racing with the implications of what I had just learned. The room was silent again, almost too silent, the absence of sound now suffocating. The Sphinx, with its inscrutable gaze and carved smile, stood motionless in the center of the room, as though it were awaiting my next move. It felt as though time had stopped altogether, as though I were caught in a moment that stretched endlessly into nothingness. But even in the stillness, I knew I couldn't remain here forever. The house itself seemed to pulse, the walls shifting subtly as if they were aware of my hesitation, aware that I was standing on the brink of something profound. The truth was out of reach, just beyond my grasp, but it had already begun to change me. I could feel the pull of it, the desire to know, to understand, to unlock the mystery that had been buried for so long. I turned away from the Sphinx, my feet moving automatically toward the door. But as I crossed the threshold, something within the house shifted again. The shadows along the walls seemed to stretch longer, more menacing, and the floor creaked under my weight as though the house itself was groaning, protesting my departure. My hand reached for the door, but before I could open it, a voice, her voice, sounded from behind me. "You think you understand, don't you?" she asked, her words calm, but there was an edge to them, a dark undertone that I had not noticed before. She stood at the entrance to the room, her presence somehow more intense than before, as if the very air around her was charged with something ancient. "You think you've uncovered the truth, but there is more to this than you know. Much more." I turned to face her, my heart hammering in my chest. There was something different about her now, something I couldn't quite place. The woman I had come to know in fragments, whose secrets had always seemed just out of reach, now felt like a shadow herself. She was no longer the enigma she had been when I first arrived. Now, she was the key, the answer, the one who held the final piece of the puzzle. "I've seen the Sphinx," I said, my voice unsteady, unsure of what to ask or how to phrase the questions that consumed me. "I've touched it. I've heard its words. What does it mean? What does all of this mean?" Her eyes softened slightly, but the air around her grew colder. The Sphinx spoke the truth, yes, but the truth is not always a gift, and the key it offers is not one you can turn lightly. I felt a shiver run down my spine as the weight of her words settled in. "What price will I pay for the knowledge?" I asked, my voice barely more than a whisper. "The price is not always what you expect," she replied, her gaze unwavering. "The key may open doors, but it will also close others, and once you cross that threshold, you cannot return." A chill swept through the room, as though the very walls were closing in on me. I could feel the pull of the house, the pull of the truth that lay just beyond reach, beckoning me to continue, to move forward, to face the darkness that awaited. But there was something in her eyes now, something that warned me of the dangers of going too far. "You're not ready," she said, her voice barely audible, the words hanging between us like a cloud of inevitability. "But you will be, in time." She moved closer, and for the first time, I felt something like pity in her eyes. She reached out and placed a hand on my shoulder, a touch that sent a jolt of warmth through my body. But it was fleeting, as if she were offering me a moment of comfort before the storm. "The truth," she continued, "is not something that can be owned. It is something that owns you. It consumes you, changes you in ways you cannot understand until it is too late." I stood frozen, the weight of her words pressing down on me like a suffocating force. The room seemed to spin, the walls narrowing, the ceiling descending. The truth, the key, the Sphinx, they had all led me here, to this moment of reckoning, and I realized with a deep sense of clarity that there was no turning back. In a final, almost imperceptible movement, she turned away from me, walking toward the door without looking back. "Remember," she said softly, "not all truths are meant to be known." And with that, she was gone. I stood alone in the room once more, the silence pressing in from all sides, the book still resting on the pedestal where I had left it. The Sphinx's eyes seemed to follow me, its smile unchanging, as if it were aware that I had reached the end of my journey. And yet, in some ways, it was only just beginning. I walked to the door, my hand reaching for the handle with a mixture of trepidation and resolve. As I stepped into the hallway, I felt the house settle around me, the energy of the place shifting once again. The truth I had sought, the truth that had both beckoned and warned me, was now a part of me, a part I could never escape, no matter how hard I tried. The key had been turned, the door had been opened, and now there was no going back. As I left the house that night, the stars above me seemed distant and cold, the moon a pale witness to my departure. I had uncovered the truth, but it had come at a cost, one that I could not yet comprehend. The Sphinx had remained silent, but I knew the truth would not let me go so easily. I would carry its weight with me forever. As the final words of the Sphinx linger in the air, we are left to ponder the cost of knowledge and the secrets we choose to uncover. The house, the woman, the Sphinx, all of it now part of a greater mystery, one that will continue to haunt the corridors of our minds long after the tale has ended. Thank you for joining us on this enigmatic journey into the unknown. As always, remember to tread carefully when seeking truths that may be better left untouched. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to subscribe to Mr. Sleep Story for more tales that will leave you questioning what's real and what's only a shadow of reality. Until next time, may your dreams be as mysterious as the stories we share. Good night. Tonight, we're traveling back to the turbulent days of the French Revolution with Charles Dickens' timeless classic, A Tale of Two Cities. In this retelling, we'll journey through the streets of Paris and London, witnessing love, sacrifice, and the powerful forces of history that shape the lives of unforgettable characters. It was a time of extremes, where the world seemed to be teetering between hope and despair, prosperity and poverty, life and death. The opening lines of A Tale of Two Cities capture this paradox perfectly. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. The year was 1775, and the world was about to be changed forever by the forces of revolution. The story begins in England, where the life of Dr. Alexandre Manette takes a tragic turn. Dr. Manette had been a brilliant and respected physician, but one fateful day, he was wrongfully imprisoned in the Bastille, the infamous French prison. For 18 years, he endured the horrors of captivity, his mind slowly unraveling under the weight of his unjust imprisonment. His life, once filled with purpose, was now reduced to a shadow of its former self. When he was finally released, he had no memory of the world outside, or even of his own identity. But Dr. Manette's story didn't end there. In an unexpected twist of fate, he was reunited with his daughter Lucy, whom he hadn't seen since she was a little girl. Lucy, now a young woman, had been living in London, unaware of her father's fate. When she learned that her father had been found, she immediately rushed to France to bring him back. Upon seeing him, Lucy was heartbroken by the transformation her father had undergone. His mind was shattered, and he could barely recognize her, yet the bond between them was undeniable. Lucy, with her gentle nature, became the one who could begin to heal him, one small step at a time. After Dr. Manette's release, Lucy brought him back to England, where they made a new life in London. They settled into a modest home, and Dr. Manette slowly regained some semblance of his former self, though the scars of his imprisonment never fully disappeared. Lucy was the steady light in his life, a beacon of love and compassion that helped him navigate the darkness of his memories. But the shadows of the past would not be so easily banished. In London, Lucy met a man named Charles Darnay. Darnay, a French aristocrat, had fled his homeland due to the cruelty of his family. He despised the injustices and privileges of the aristocracy, and although his family was wealthy and powerful, he rejected their ways. He made a new life for himself in England, away from the horrors of the French nobility. Darnay's quiet nobility and genuine kindness quickly captured Lucy's heart. In time, they became engaged, and a bright future seemed to lie ahead for them both. But Darnay's past would not remain hidden for long. Though he had left France, the weight of his family's legacy would soon catch up with him. In an unexpected twist, Darnay's fate became intertwined with the lives of Dr. Manette and Lucy in ways they could never have imagined. And, as they all moved forward in their lives, little did they know that the coming storm of revolution in France would alter everything they had ever known. Through this quiet beginning, Dickens sets the stage for the dramatic events that will unfold. The characters are drawn into a whirlwind of fate, where the past never fully releases its grip on the present, and the future is shaped by both the choices they make and the uncontrollable forces of history. The old world is giving way to the new, and as the storm of revolution begins to brew in France, the lives of these seemingly ordinary individuals will be forever changed. In the quiet streets of London, where the fog hung like a thick curtain over the cobblestone paths, Lucy Manette and her father, Dr. Alexandre Manette, began their new life. The shadows of the past still lingered around them, but each day was a fresh opportunity to rebuild their world, brick by brick. Lucy, ever the optimist, found solace in small things. A gentle breeze, a bird singing in the morning, the sound of her father's voice slowly returning to its former calm. It was in this atmosphere of tentative peace that Lucy met Charles Darnay, a young Frenchman who had fled his aristocratic roots. Darnay was a man of quiet principles, a man who sought nothing but to escape the cruel world of his family and their oppressive nobility. He had once been a part of the French aristocracy, born into wealth and privilege, but he turned his back on that life, much to the dismay of his family. His reasons were simple yet profound. He despised the injustices he witnessed, the casual cruelty with which his peers treated the common folk. It was a life he could no longer stomach, and so he left France behind. In England, Darnay sought refuge. He assumed the name Charles Darnay, and with it, he built a life far removed from the world he had known. But while he had abandoned his name and title, his past still clung to him like an old coat that refused to let go. As fate would have it, Darnay met Lucy in a simple moment, a chance encounter that would change both of their lives forever. Lucy, with her golden heart and her gentle smile, had that effect on people. Her kindness was like the sun, warm and unrelenting, drawing others into her orbit. Darnay, drawn to her light, soon found himself enamored by her grace and sincerity. They were often seen together in the parks, walking arm in arm, or sitting by the fire in quiet conversation. It was a slow, burning affection, like the early morning sun creeping over the horizon. Yet, despite the growing closeness between them, Darnay's past remained a looming presence, a secret he had yet to reveal to Lucy. It was Sidney Carton, the disheveled, self-doubting barrister, who saw the depths of this secret. Carton, a man who seemed to carry the weight of the world on his shoulders, had been a companion to Darnay during their studies. Though Carton's appearance was far from handsome, his mind was sharp, and it was this sharpness that allowed him to see what others could not. Carton, despite his personal demons and quiet misery, had a deep affection for Lucy. He saw in her a light that he could never hope to reach, a purity that reminded him of the better man he could have been. Though Carton's feelings were not returned with the same warmth, there was something about Lucy's kindness that soothed his troubled soul. He had never known such selflessness, and perhaps it was that very quality that made him feel like a man who had failed his own potential. He could never be what she deserved, yet he vowed, in his own way, to ensure her happiness. His sacrifice, though subtle at first, would become the driving force of his actions in the coming trials. As Lucy and Darnay's affection deepened, the undercurrents of revolution began to stir across the Channel. In France, the seeds of discontent were taking root in the heart of the nation. The cries of the poor grew louder, and the blood of the oppressed began to boil in their veins. The rich, the aristocrats, people like Darnay's family, had long ruled with an iron fist, and the resentment from the masses was reaching a boiling point. But here, in the safety of England, Lucy and Darnay were blissfully unaware of the impending storm. The two lovers dreamt of a future together, their days filled with quiet moments of joy. They could not know that the echoes of revolution were slowly creeping closer, like the winds before a great tempest. And so, the story moved forward, like the turning of a page, each moment bringing them closer to a world of change, where the lines between friend and foe would blur, where loyalty would be tested, and where the choices of one man would alter the course of history. The seeds of revolution had been sown, and their harvest was coming, whether they were ready for it or not. The story, like a train gathering speed, was moving ever closer to the precipice of fate. London, though relatively calm, was beginning to feel the stirrings of tension that echoed across the sea to France. The turmoil of revolution was not a distant whisper. It was a sound, muffled but relentless, coming from the streets of Paris. And yet, in the quiet of their London home, Lucy and Charles Darnay were blissfully unaware of the dangers looming on the horizon. Their love blossomed with each passing day, their lives entwining like two delicate threads, slowly weaving a future of promise and happiness. But hidden in the folds of their shared dreams was a secret that could unravel everything. For Charles Darnay, as much as he tried to leave behind his past, could not fully escape the legacy of his aristocratic family. One evening, as the couple walked along the Thames, their conversation turned to the subject of family. Lucy, ever curious and kind, asked Darnay about his own background. She had heard little about his life before he had come to England, and her gentle inquiry seemed innocent enough. She had no idea that, with her question, she was about to open a door that Charles had worked so hard to keep locked. Darnay hesitated. His smile faltered, and a shadow seemed to cross his face. The words came slowly, as though each one carried the weight of 100 secrets. He spoke of his family in vague terms, describing his upbringing in France, but avoided any mention of his last name or his noble lineage. Lucy, sensing his discomfort, did not press him further, though a flicker of doubt now lingered in her mind. And so, the secret of Charles Darnay's past remained hidden, though not for long. Fate, it seemed, had other plans. Not long after their conversation, Darnay received an urgent letter, a summons. He was called back to France, to the home he had abandoned years ago, to the family that had once treated him as little more than a tool for their own selfish gain. He was needed, not by choice, but by necessity, to help an old servant who was caught in the midst of the growing chaos in France. The revolution had come, and with it, the devastation of everything Darnay had left behind. Though he tried to resist, Darnay knew he could not ignore the call. He knew the time had come to face his past once again, and, with a heavy heart, he made the decision to return to France. Lucy, ever the loving and trusting companion, supported his decision, unaware of the true implications of his return. She believed it to be a simple act of kindness, a man returning to help someone in need. But the truth was far more complicated. As Darnay made preparations for his journey, the atmosphere in Paris grew ever more volatile. The streets were filled with the cries of revolutionaries, demanding justice and retribution for the injustices that had been wrought by the aristocracy. The guillotine had become a symbol of the people's wrath, and no one was safe, not even those who had once believed themselves untouchable. It was here, in this boiling cauldron of violence and vengeance, that the hidden truths of Darnay's past would finally be revealed. For it was not just his family who had cast their shadow over his life, but the very blood that ran through his veins, the blood of the oppressors, the ones who had caused the suffering of so many. As Darnay set sail for France, his heart heavy with the knowledge that his return would bring consequences far beyond what he had imagined. Another figure watched from the shadows, the disillusioned lawyer Sidney Carton. Carton, who had spent much of his life in the depths of self-loathing and regret, had come to care for Lucy in his own quiet way. Though he would never confess his feelings to her, his love for her was profound and unspoken. He knew that Darnay's past, though hidden, was bound to catch up with him. He could feel the storm approaching, and he could not help but wonder if his own life might somehow be intertwined with the fate of these two people he cared for. whether he was ready or not. As the shadows of revolution grew darker, Darnay's journey back to France marked the beginning of a new chapter, one filled with danger, sacrifice, and the inescapable grip of history. The past, it seemed, would not be silenced, and the future would be shaped by the choices made in the midst of chaos. And so, the tale continued, hurtling toward a destiny neither Darnay, Lucy, nor Carton could yet comprehend. The past was never truly gone. It waited patiently, just around the corner, ready to make its return. The sun had set on the tranquil streets of London, but far across the sea, in the heart of France, the flames of revolution were beginning to burn brighter, their smoke drifting ever closer to the lives of those who had long lived in peace. In London, the lives of Lucy and Charles Darnay seemed untouched by the storm gathering over France, but fate, like the sea, would eventually carry them both into the rising tide of turmoil. As Charles Darnay sailed across the English Channel, headed toward a France filled with anger and chaos, Lucy's heart began to flutter with unease. She had known for some time that Darnay's return to his homeland was inevitable, but the fear she had long suppressed began to surface with a quiet, gnawing persistence. Though she trusted him, the world into which he was headed was not the same world he had once known. It was a place where everything was changing, where the old rules no longer applied, and where no one, no matter their station, was safe from the rising fury of the people. In the weeks that followed, Lucy's worry only deepened as the news from France grew darker. The streets of Paris were filled with revolutionaries, their cries of justice ringing through the air, demanding the overthrow of the aristocracy and the end of the old regime. The guillotine stood ready, its blade sharp and gleaming, a symbol of the people's wrath. The revolution had come, and with it, the sweeping promise of change. Change that would leave no one untouched. Charles Darnay, for all his good intentions, was now a man caught between two worlds. He had once rejected the privileges of his aristocratic family, but he had not been able to escape the weight of his bloodline. He was the nephew of the infamous Marquis Saint-Evremond, a man whose cruelty was legendary, a man who had crushed the lives of the common people without a second thought. Darnay had abandoned his name, his title, and his inheritance. But the people of France did not see the man he had become. They saw only the name that was still tied to the family's crimes. As Darnay arrived in Paris, the chaos around him seemed almost palpable. The streets were in constant upheaval, the cries of revolutionaries echoing off the stone buildings. He went to the home of an old servant, seeking to offer his assistance, but it wasn't long before the past caught up with him in the most unexpected way. The revolution, with its ferocious desire for justice, was not about to let the past remain buried. In a sudden and cruel twist of fate, Darnay was arrested on charges of being an enemy of the people. His family name had been enough to condemn him, and despite his efforts to distance himself from the horrors of his heritage, he was now trapped by a system that cared little for his intentions. The cries for justice rang louder, the mob's thirst for revenge growing ever more insatiable. Back in London, Lucy's fears became reality. She received word of Darnay's arrest, and her world, once filled with the soft comforts of everyday life, was suddenly shaken to its core. She knew that she had to act, to find a way to save the man she loved from the chaos that threatened to destroy him. But how could she save him when the very forces that were closing in on him were so much greater than her own strength? The storm of revolution had touched them both, and now Lucy was faced with the possibility of losing everything. her husband, her future, and the life she had so carefully built. She turned to her father, Dr. Manette, who had once been a prisoner in the Bastille, hoping that his influence and reputation would be enough to secure Darnay's release. But even Dr. Manette, who had once been a man of power and respect, found himself powerless in the face of the raging tide of revolution. In Paris, Darnay awaited his fate, locked in a dark, cold prison cell. His mind raced, wondering how it had all come to this. He had done nothing wrong. He had rejected the privileges of his family, fought against the injustices they had wrought. And yet, it seemed, none of that mattered now. The past had found him, and there was no escaping its grip. As the trial loomed, the tension in Paris reached a fever pitch. The revolutionaries were not concerned with the nuances of guilt or innocence. They wanted justice, and justice was being defined by the sharp, unrelenting edge of the guillotine. For Darnay, the walls of his past were closing in around him, and the storm of revolution seemed more powerful than ever. Back in London, Lucy clung to the hope that her husband would be freed, even as the storm clouds of uncertainty gathered above her head. But the future, it seemed, would not be kind to those who stood in the way of the revolution's rage. Charles Darnay's fate was now bound to a world of violence and vengeance, and the lives of Lucy, Dr. Manette, and even Sidney Carton would soon be forever changed by the rising storm of the revolution. Paris, once a city of grandeur and culture, was now a city of shadows and fear. The revolution had swept through the streets like a roaring tempest, leaving nothing untouched in its wake. And now, the storm had found Charles Darnay, whose quiet life in England was shattered by the unforgiving reach of his family's legacy. In the prison where Darnay languished, time seemed to stand still. The cold stone walls, the dim torchlight flickering from the sconces, and the heavy silence of his solitude were his only companions. He knew what awaited him, a trial, the outcome of which seemed inevitable. To be an aristocrat during such a time was to be guilty by association, no matter what one's actions might have been. His name, even though he had cast it aside, was enough to condemn him in the eyes of the revolutionaries. His fate was sealed by the bloodline he had sought to escape. Darnay's only solace was the thought of Lucy, his beloved wife, who would be left behind in London unaware of the terrible storm that had engulfed him. He thought of her often, her golden hair, her gentle touch, the way her laughter filled the rooms with warmth. The love they shared was pure, untouched by the violence of the world. But even love, it seemed, could not shield him from the cruel hand of fate. The day of the trial arrived, and the streets of Paris were teeming with people. The courthouse was a place of chaos, filled with shouts of anger and cries for justice. The revolution was in full force, and the people were demanding blood. The jury, handpicked by the fervent revolutionaries, would offer little hope for a fair trial. It was a moment when the lines between justice and vengeance had become blurred, and the guillotine's shadow loomed large over all who were accused. In the midst of this, Lucy, Dr. Manette, and their loyal servant Miss Pross had arrived in Paris, desperate to see Darnay and to plead for his release. Lucy's heart was heavy with fear, her face pale with worry as she stood at the courthouse, watching as her husband's fate was debated. Her father, Dr. Manette, though a man of great intellect and moral conviction, was as powerless as she was in the face of the tumultuous world they now inhabited. Dr. Manette, in his years of suffering and healing, had become a figure of authority and respect, and in this moment, He hoped that his standing would offer some protection for his son-in-law. Yet, even his influence seemed to hold little weight against the growing tide of bloodlust. Though he spoke eloquently and passionately in Darnay's defense, it was clear that the jury had already made its decision. Sidney Carton, the disheveled and self-deprecating barrister who had long harbored unspoken love for Lucy, was also present. Though Carton had once seemed an unlikely hero, his life defined by wasted potential and an overwhelming sense of despair, he now found himself in the midst of an unexpected struggle. Carton had always been a man of contradictions, brilliant yet apathetic, capable yet resigned to his fate. But as he sat in the courtroom, watching Lucy's anguish, something shifted inside him. For the first time in his life, he saw an opportunity for redemption. Sidney Carton had always believed he was incapable of great acts, convinced that his life had been a series of failures. But in that moment, as he looked at Lucy and saw the depth of her love for her husband, he made a silent vow, a vow that would alter the course of all their lives. Though he had no claim to her affection, Carton was determined to do something, to give something of himself that might save the man who was so loved by the woman he adored. The trial proceeded in the shadow of the Revolution's fury. The witnesses called to the stand seemed more like a parade of vengeance than an attempt to uncover the truth. Darnay's family name was invoked again and again, each mention sealing his fate further. Despite his pleas, despite his denials of any wrongdoing, the atmosphere in the court was one of condemnation, not justice. Finally, the jury rendered its verdict. Charles Darnay was found guilty of being an enemy of the people, a traitor to the Revolution. The sentence was immediate: death by guillotine. Lucy's heart broke as the words echoed through the courtroom. She collapsed, her face pale, her eyes wide with horror. Dr. Manette, his once calm and assured demeanor shattered, could do nothing but watch helplessly. The world had turned against them in the most brutal way possible. But in that moment of despair, it was Sidney Carton who stepped forward. With a calmness that belied the storm inside him, Carton approached the court officials. He had a plan, one that no one expected, one that would forever change the course of events. As Darnay was led away, Carton made a final, unspoken decision. He would take his place. It was an act of selflessness, a sacrifice that would carry with it the hope of redemption, even if only in the eyes of the woman he loved. Carton, who had lived a life of squandered opportunities, would give everything he had to save the man who was undeserving of such a fate. And so, as the guillotine's shadow loomed over the city, a new chapter was written. A chapter in which sacrifice and love would collide in the most unexpected of ways. In the darkened streets of Paris, the Revolution's fury had claimed one life, but in a moment of quiet courage, it would lose another. The storm had come for Charles Darnay, but Sidney Carton would make sure that the storm could not claim the future of those he loved. The ultimate price would be paid, and in that payment, the lives of Lucy and her family would be forever changed. The streets of Paris, once filled with hope and excitement for the promise of revolution, had become an unrecognizable place of dread and fear. Every corner, every shadow, carried the weight of an unforgiving past and an uncertain future. The guillotine, that infamous symbol of justice for the people, stood tall in the square, waiting for its next victim. In the midst of this storm, a final, unexpected twist of fate was about to unfold. Sidney Carton, the disheveled and often despondent barrister, had made a decision that would forever change the course of the story. In the midst of the chaos of Darnay's trial, when all seemed lost, Carton had vowed silently to himself that he would make a sacrifice that would save the man Lucy loved, and ensure that she and her family could live without the shadow of fear hanging over them. Carton, whose life had been defined by his failures, now found meaning in an act of selflessness. The clock ticked away the hours, each minute drawing nearer to the inevitable moment of execution. Darnay, still unaware of the plans unfolding around him, sat in his prison cell awaiting the end. He could not know that someone had chosen to take his place in the most profound act of love and courage. His thoughts were consumed by Lucy, and his heart ached at the thought of leaving her behind, the woman who had filled his life with light. But he had no control over what was happening. All he could do was await the fate that had been thrust upon him. Meanwhile, in the darkened alleys and narrow streets of Paris, Carton was preparing for the ultimate act of sacrifice. His heart, once heavy with self-loathing and regret, now beat with a newfound resolve. He had come to terms with his own shortcomings and his feelings for Lucy. Though she would never love him in the way he wished, he would give her everything, even if it meant the end of his own life. Carton's plan was simple yet profound. He had bribed the prison guards, ensuring that he could gain access to Darnay's cell. The moment of the exchange was approaching, and Carton knew that time was against him. He had little to offer the world, but in this final act, he would prove that he was capable of greatness, even if only for a fleeting moment. In the shadow of the guillotine, Darnay was led out of his cell and into the cold, unforgiving streets. The crowds outside were frenzied with excitement, their hunger for justice or vengeance unquenchable. Darnay's eyes were locked on the distant horizon, his mind drifting to Lucy, to the love they had shared, to the life that now seemed lost to him. He would never again feel the warmth of her embrace, never again hear her voice calling his name. But as he was led toward the cart that would carry him to the guillotine, something unexpected happened. A figure appeared in the shadows, Sidney Carton. Carton, with his usual disheveled appearance and air of detachment, stepped forward and made his way through the crowd, walking toward Darnay with a quiet, determined stride. The two men locked eyes for a moment, and in that instant, Darnay felt a strange, unspoken connection between them. Carton, though a man of few words, seemed to radiate a sense of purpose. There was no time for explanations, no time for understanding. Carton reached Darnay's side, and in a quiet, calm voice, he made the most incredible request. Without warning, Carton had switched places with Darnay, taking the prisoner's place in the cart. Darnay, still reeling from the suddenness of it all, found himself pulled away, his identity and life momentarily forgotten as Carton took his place in the execution line. As Carton was led toward the guillotine, his face remained impassive, his expression one of calm acceptance. The crowds, oblivious to the swap that had just taken place, cheered for the end of an aristocrat's life, never knowing that the man they were about to execute was not the man they thought him to be. Carton, with his unflinching resolve, knew that he was not simply facing death. He was facing redemption. In his final moments, Carton's thoughts turned to Lucy. He thought of her bright eyes, her gentle smile, and the love she had shown him. Though she would never know the depth of his sacrifice, he found solace in the knowledge that his death would give her the happiness she deserved. It was a love that would outlive him, a love that would transcend the fleeting moments of his own existence. And so, as the blade of the guillotine fell, Sidney Carton's life was taken, but in his death, something remarkable was born. He had given everything, his life, his hopes, his dreams, in the name of love, of redemption, and of the woman who had changed him without even knowing it. The storm that had raged through Paris now seemed to quiet, though the echoes of Carton's sacrifice would live on in the hearts of those who loved him. For Lucy, for Darnay, and for those who witnessed this final act, Carton's death would be a reminder of the power of selflessness and the unbreakable bond that can exist between a man's love for others and his desire for redemption. As the dust settled in Paris, the world had forever changed. Charles Darnay was free. Lucy's heart would one day heal, and the memory of Sidney Carton's sacrifice would endure for all time. The bustling sounds of revolution now seemed eerily quiet, as though the very city itself were holding its breath. The guillotine, which had claimed so many lives in the name of justice, stood in the center of the square, its blade no longer casting the same shadow of terror. The people who had gathered to witness the executions had slowly drifted away, their thirst for vengeance temporarily sated. The air felt still, as if the world itself were trying to comprehend the enormity of what had just transpired. Sidney Carton was gone. His life ended in an act of selflessness so profound that it defied explanation. For those who had loved him, or had come to understand him, his death would not be in vain. It would serve as a reminder of the power of redemption, of the human capacity to change, even in the face of the darkest moments. Lucy, unaware of the true nature of the sacrifice Carton had made for her and her family, was left to grapple with the tragic loss. The man she had once known as a disillusioned, unremarkable barrister was gone from her life forever, and yet she felt an inexplicable, bittersweet peace in her heart. There was something comforting, something eternal in knowing that someone had cared for her so deeply, even if she had never fully understood the depth of his affection. After Carton's death, Lucy and Charles Darnay, though reunited, could not escape the weight of the events that had transpired. The memory of that fateful day, the trial, the execution, the uncertainty, lingered with them both. Charles, who had narrowly escaped the guillotine, was a changed man. The specter of revolution still hung over him, reminding him that his survival had been a matter of luck rather than justice. He had been released, but the terror that had seized Paris was not easily forgotten. No one in France, it seemed, could ever be free of the past, and those who had escaped the clutches of the revolution could never entirely leave its grasp. As for Dr. Manette, who had spent so many years lost to his own mind, he was finally beginning to heal. The trauma of his imprisonment had left deep scars, ones that had only begun to fade when his daughter and son-in-law arrived in London. He was a man of intelligence and strength, but the horrors of his past had shaped him in ways that few could understand. Yet, in the aftermath of Carton's sacrifice, something within him shifted. He felt a renewed sense of purpose, a desire to honor the memory of the man who had given his life so that the Darnay family might live. In the weeks following Carton's death, Lucy and Charles returned to London. The city that had once seemed so distant now felt like a sanctuary, a place of peace in contrast to the chaos that had consumed Paris. The revolution, with its promises of liberty and equality, had come at a great cost, leaving scars on the hearts of all who had lived through it. But now, with time, the world began to shift once again. Lucy, though grieving, found solace in her love for Charles. Their life together, though marked by tragedy, was built on the strength of their bond. She could not erase the memory of the man who had saved her husband, but she could honor his sacrifice by living her life fully. Charles, too, found a quiet peace in the wake of his near-death experience. He knew that he owed his life to the courage of a man who had once been a stranger to him. Sidney Carton's legacy, though only understood by a few, would live on in the quiet moments of their lives. For Darnay, Carton's final act had been a testament to the power of love, sacrifice, and redemption. The two returned to their home in London, a place where, for the first time in years, they could begin anew. The past, though haunting them, was behind them, and the future was theirs to shape. They had been given a second chance, and they would not squander it. And yet, even as they found peace in their new life, Lucy could not forget the sacrifice that had been made for her. She often thought of Sidney Carton, of his quiet devotion, and of the man he had been. She would never know the full measure of his love for her, but in her heart she carried the knowledge that he had given everything, his life, his hopes, and his dreams, to ensure her happiness. As the years passed, Lucy and Charles built a life together, filled with moments of joy and peace. Their love for one another grew stronger, and their family expanded. But there were always moments, in the quiet of the evening or in the stillness of the morning, when Lucy would pause, and for a brief moment she would feel a presence beside her. It was as if, somehow, Sidney Carton's spirit still lingered, watching over them, reminding them of the love that had changed everything. In the end, the story of Charles Darnay, Lucy, Dr. Manette, and Sidney Carton was one not just of survival, but of transformation. It was a story of love, sacrifice, and redemption, themes that transcended time, reminding all who heard it of the power of the human heart to rise above its circumstances and change the course of its own fate. And so, the storm that had ravaged Paris had left behind a legacy, not of death and destruction, but of hope, love, and the enduring strength of the human spirit. Years passed, and the world that had once seemed so fraught with turmoil now appeared to be settling into something resembling peace. The revolution had faded into history, and the scars it left on Paris and its people were slowly healing. For Lucy and Charles Darnay, the nightmare of the past had become a distant memory, replaced by the quiet joys of family life and the comfort of knowing that they had been granted a second chance. In London, the couple had built a new life for themselves. They were blessed with children, their home filled with the sound of laughter and the warmth of love. Lucy's heart was full, her devotion to her husband unwavering, as they both worked to create a future that was free from the shadows of the revolution. The world around them had changed, but their love remained a constant, the foundation of their lives. Though they had moved on from the dark days in Paris, there was one person they could never forget: Sidney Carton. His sacrifice had been the defining moment of their lives, and it was a debt they would never be able to repay. Carton's name was spoken often in their household, not with sorrow or regret, but with reverence. For Lucy, his final act of selflessness was a source of inspiration, a reminder that love could transcend even the most unimaginable of sacrifices. Dr. Manette, too, had found his own peace. After the trauma of his years in the Bastille, he had reclaimed his life, though it was never fully free of the scars of his past. Still, he found joy in the simple things: his daughter's happiness, the laughter of his grandchildren, and the knowledge that the family he had once feared he had lost was now thriving. He had seen both the worst and best of humanity, and in his heart he carried the hope that even the darkest of times could lead to redemption. But it was in the quiet moments, in the stillness of the evening, that Lucy would sometimes pause, lost in thought. She would sit by the window, gazing out at the London streets, her mind drifting back to the man who had given everything for her happiness. Sidney Carton had never asked for anything in return. His love had been pure, unspoken, and unrequited. And yet, in his final moments, he had found a way to give the greatest gift of all, a life for a life. There were times when Lucy would feel as though Carton was still with them, as though his spirit lingered in the very air around them. She would imagine that, in some way, he had found the peace he had sought in life through his sacrifice. She often spoke of him to her children, telling them of the brave, selfless man who had given his life for their fathers. The story of Sidney Carton became a cherished part of their family's history, a tale of love, redemption, and the power of selfless sacrifice. For Charles Darnay, too, the memory of Carton's sacrifice never faded. He knew that he owed his life to a man who had nothing to gain, a man who had loved not only Lucy, but the very idea of redemption. Darnay's heart was heavy with gratitude, and though he could never fully repay Carton, he did his best to live a life that would honor the memory of the man who had given him the freedom to live. As the years went on, the story of the Revolution became a distant one, a chapter in history that the world could now reflect upon with a mixture of sorrow and understanding. But for those who had lived through it, the memories lingered, of the people they had lost, the sacrifices they had made, and the love that had endured even in the face of great tragedy. Lucy, Charles, and Dr. Manette had survived the storm, and in its wake, they had found a peace that had once seemed impossible. They had been tested by the cruelty of the world, and yet they had emerged stronger, more determined to live their lives with compassion and grace. They had learned that the greatest acts of love were often the ones that went unnoticed, the ones that required no recognition or reward. They had learned that redemption was not always about grand gestures, but about the quiet choices made in the face of adversity. And so, the legacy of Sidney Carton lived on, not in the grand monuments or in the whispers of history, but in the lives of those he had touched. His sacrifice had rippled through time, shaping the futures of Lucy, Charles, and Dr. Manette. It was a legacy built on love, on the belief that even in the darkest of times, there was always the possibility of redemption. In the end, Carton's life was a testament to the idea that the true measure of a person was not found in their failures or their successes, but in their capacity to love and to sacrifice for others. Though he had not lived long enough to see the fruits of his labor, his legacy would live on in the hearts of those he had saved. And in that, there was a kind of immortality, a kind that transcended time, place, and circumstance. As Lucy looked out the window, watching the world continue to turn, she knew one thing for certain. Sidney Carton's sacrifice had not been in vain. It had changed everything. It had changed them. And in that quiet, unspoken way, he would live forever. As we close the final chapter of A Tale of Two Cities, we are reminded of the profound power of sacrifice, love, and redemption. Sidney Carton's selfless act of courage will forever echo through the hearts of those whose lives he touched, leaving behind a legacy that transcends time and tragedy. Thank you for joining us on this journey through one of literature's most powerful tales. We hope that the story of Carton's sacrifice, the resilience of Lucy, and the transformation of the Darnay family has left you with reflections on the enduring strength of the human spirit. If you found solace and inspiration in these words, please don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with others who may enjoy the timeless power of classic literature. Until next time, may you find peace and hope in the stories that shape our world. Good night from Mr. Sleep Story. Tonight, we're taking a magical journey down the rabbit hole into the whimsical world of Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. This timeless tale of curious characters, enchanting adventures, and riddles that spark the imagination. Alice was beginning to feel very tired of sitting by her sister on the riverbank, her thoughts wandering in the warm, golden haze of a lazy afternoon. A book without pictures or conversations had utterly failed to entertain her, and she was just pondering whether it was worth the trouble of picking daisies to weave into a chain when, oh, what a curious sight. A white rabbit with pink eyes trotted briskly by, muttering, oh dear, I shall be late." To Alice, this was peculiar enough. But when the rabbit pulled a pocket watch from its waistcoat, she jumped to her feet in astonishment. A rabbit with a waistcoat? A rabbit with a pocket watch. Burning with curiosity, she ran across the field after him, not even pausing to consider how unusual this all was. The rabbit darted into a rabbit hole beneath a hedge, and without a second thought, Alice followed. Down she tumbled, and down, and down, a long, dark well that seemed to have no end. She had time to notice shelves filled with jars, cupboards, and maps along the walls of her descent, even managing to pick up a jar labeled orange marmalade, though it was empty. Well, she thought, after such a fall as this, I shall think nothing of tumbling downstairs. Finally, she landed, softly, thank goodness, in a peculiar hallway lit by strange hanging lamps. Around her were many locked doors, and when she found a small glass table with a tiny golden key upon it, her hopes rose. Yet the key fit none of the doors, until she discovered a little door hidden behind a curtain. It led to the loveliest garden Alice had ever seen, with bright flowers, cool fountains, and green grass that seemed to shimmer with magic. Oh, how she longed to explore that garden, but she was far too big to fit through the tiny door. Disappointed, she returned to the table where a bottle labeled "Drink Me" had mysteriously appeared. It looked quite tempting, and since it wasn't marked poison, Alice decided to try it. To her delight, she began to shrink until she was just the right size to fit through the door. But, oh bother, she'd left the golden key on the table, and now she was too small to reach it. Tears of frustration welled up in her eyes until they spilled over, creating a pool so large it covered the floor like a miniature ocean. Just as Alice was trying to console herself, she noticed a small cake in a glass box with the words, "Eat Me," written on it. Well, I'll try this too, she thought. And in a blink, she began to grow, taller and taller, until her head nearly bumped the ceiling. She was now far too large to fit through the door, much less escape the hallway. And so began Alice's adventure, a curious blend of frustration, enchantment, and a gnawing sense that the world she had tumbled into was unlike anything she had ever known. As the hallway swirled around her with its strange proportions and peculiar objects, Alice could only wonder what more this curious journey would bring. As Alice stood towering over the tiny door, feeling rather forlorn, she glanced at the pool of tears she had cried when she was so much smaller. To her astonishment, the pool had grown into a sizable sea, and soon Alice found herself wading through the salty water. "I wish I hadn't cried so much," she scolded herself, paddling about as the waves lapped against her enormous shoes. Amid her swimming, she noticed a curious creature paddling toward her. A mouse, sleek and whiskered, looking terribly offended by the splashing. "Oh, I beg your pardon," Alice said quickly. "Perhaps you know how to get out of here." The mouse twitched its nose and replied rather gruffly, "Let us swim to shore, and perhaps I shall tell you." The two paddled along, joined soon by an odd assortment of creatures. A dodo bird with a grand air of authority, a duck quacking indignantly about the water's depth, and a cheerful lory and eaglet. Once they all reached dry land, the company stood shivering, dripping wet and quite unhappy about it. "I declare," said the dodo with a ruffle of its feathers, "that the best way to dry off is a caucus race." "A what?" Alice asked, perplexed. "Why, a race where everyone runs in a circle, of course," the dodo explained. With that, the group began running around in chaotic circles, paying no mind to the lack of rules or the absence of a starting line. Alice tried her best to join in, though she found the whole affair utterly nonsensical. After some time, the dodo stopped abruptly and declared, "Everyone has won, and all must have prizes." "But what prizes?" Alice inquired. "Why, whatever you have in your pocket," said the dodo. Alice rummaged through her dress and offered a thimble, which the dodo presented back to her with a flourish, declaring her the winner of her own prize. Alice giggled, charmed by the absurdity of it all. As the group settled down, the mouse cleared its throat and declared it would tell a very dry tale to help everyone stay warm. Its story of ancient conquests and laws was so dull that Alice could scarcely keep her eyes open, but she politely listened, nodding now and then. Soon after, the mouse grew offended by a stray remark Alice made about cats. "Our cat, Dinah, is ever so good at catching mice," and swam away in a huff, muttering about how ill-mannered Alice was. The other animals, equally alarmed by Alice's fondness for cats, began to scatter. Left alone once more, Alice felt a pang of loneliness and wondered if she would ever make sense of this peculiar place. Yet, even as she sat pondering, her heart tingled with the thrill of what might come next. For in this strange and whimsical world, each moment seemed to bring something new, something curious, and something that surely no one had ever experienced before. And so, Alice stood and set off again, determined to find her way through Wonderland's delightful chaos. As Alice wandered through the strange and unpredictable world of Wonderland, her ears caught the familiar hurried patter of feet. It was the White Rabbit again, muttering to himself, "Oh, my ears and whiskers, how late it's getting." Without a moment's hesitation, Alice followed him, her curiosity pulling her forward like an invisible string. The rabbit darted into a tidy little house tucked beneath the shade of a giant mushroom. Over the door hung a polished brass plaque reading, "W. Rabbit." Alice was just about to knock when the rabbit popped his head out and, mistaking her for someone else, barked, "Mary Ann, run inside at once and fetch my gloves and fan." Mary Ann, thought Alice, bewildered but too intrigued to argue. I suppose I might as well help. She stepped inside the house, which was quite cozy but oddly proportioned, with furniture that seemed to tilt and lean in the oddest ways. Alice soon found a pair of gloves and a fan lying atop a small table, but as she glanced around, her eyes fell upon a curious little bottle. "I know better than to drink strange things," she said aloud, though her hand was already uncorking the bottle. "But then again, everything here is strange, so perhaps it won't matter." She took a sip, and before she knew it, her head was pressing against the ceiling, and her arms were sticking out of the windows like great tree branches. "Oh no, not again!" she cried. Outside, the white rabbit was in a panic. Seeing Alice's enormous limbs poking out of his house, he called for help. "Pat! Bill! Fetch me a ladder. She's ruining my home." Pat, a stout little guinea pig, and Bill, a lanky lizard, arrived moments later with a ladder and a great deal of confusion. "What shall we do?" asked Bill nervously. "Try the chimney," commanded the rabbit. Poor Bill climbed up the roof, peering nervously down the chimney, just as Alice sneezed from the soot. The sneeze sent Bill tumbling head over tail through the air and into the garden below. Alice, meanwhile, managed to grab hold of a tiny cake sitting on a shelf just within reach. "Perhaps this will fix me," she hoped. Taking a bite, she began to shrink rapidly until she was smaller than a blade of grass. She dashed out of the house, much to the rabbit's relief, and ran into the garden, where towering flowers and leaves swayed above her like a forest canopy. Alice felt a mixture of triumph and frustration. "I've managed to escape," she thought, "but I'm no closer to understanding how to get back to my proper size, or home." As she wandered through the garden, her mind buzzed with questions. Who is Mary Ann? Why does everything I eat or drink change my size? And what on earth will happen next? And so, with the resilience of a curious heart, Alice pressed on, leaving behind the rabbit's house and stepping deeper into Wonderland's enchanting mysteries. Alice wandered through the lush, oversized garden, where flowers whispered to each other, and blades of grass towered like trees. She felt quite small, and rather uncertain about what to do next. Her steps took her to a clearing where a large blue mushroom stretched toward the sky. Perched atop it, as calm as a summer cloud, was a peculiar blue caterpillar smoking a hookah. For a moment, neither spoke. The caterpillar exhaled a long ribbon of smoke, forming spirals in the air, and then slowly turned its head to look at Alice. "Who are you?" it asked, its voice soft and deliberate. Alice opened her mouth, then hesitated. I hardly know, sir. I mean, I knew who I was this morning, but I've changed so many times since then." The caterpillar arched one eyebrow, or would have, if caterpillars had eyebrows. "What do you mean by that?" it asked. "Well, you see," Alice began, "I've been growing and shrinking, and I never seem to stay the same size for very long. It's all rather confusing." The caterpillar took another puff of its hookah, the smoke curling lazily around its head. "Keep your temper," it advised, as though this were the most helpful thing in the world. "I'm not trying to lose it," Alice replied, feeling her cheeks flush. The caterpillar ignored her frustration and continued. "One side will make you grow taller, and the other side will make you grow shorter." "One side of what?" Alice asked, thoroughly perplexed. the mushroom," it said simply, before sliding off its perch and crawling away into the grass. Alice stared after it, then turned her attention to the mushroom. It was perfectly round, and she wasn't sure how to tell which side was which. Taking a deep breath, she broke off 2 pieces from opposite sides. "Here goes nothing," she said, nibbling a piece from her right hand. Immediately, she shot up like a telescope, her neck stretching so high that her head rose above the trees. Startled birds flapped around her, squawking indignantly. Below, she could see her body far, far away, wobbling precariously as she tried to balance. "This won't do at all," she exclaimed. She quickly nibbled the piece in her left hand and began shrinking. But she didn't stop shrinking. Down and down she went until she was smaller than a pebble. "Oh, bother," Alice sighed. She nibbled more carefully this time, alternating between the 2 pieces until she returned to a size that felt just right. "Well, that was quite an adventure," she muttered, brushing herself off. With the mushroom pieces safely tucked away in her pocket, Alice felt a little more prepared to face whatever Wonderland might throw at her next. As she stepped back onto the path, she wondered about the caterpillar's cryptic advice. It hadn't told her where to go or what to do, but she felt sure this strange encounter had been important. And so, with her head full of questions and her heart full of curiosity, Alice ventured onward, deeper into Wonderland's ever-curious world. As Alice made her way through the strange and winding paths of Wonderland, the trees around her grew denser, their branches curling like crooked fingers toward the sky. The air was filled with peculiar sounds, whistles, hums, and occasional bursts of laughter that seemed to come from nowhere. It was here, in this tangled forest, that Alice first encountered the Cheshire Cat. Perched high on a low-hanging bough, its grin appeared before its body, wide and mischievous. Slowly, the rest of the cat faded into view, its striped tail swishing lazily. "Goodness!" exclaimed Alice, stepping back. "I didn't know cats could appear like that." "In Wonderland, my dear," purred the Cheshire Cat, "you'll find that most things happen quite as they please. And where, pray, are you headed?" "I wish I knew," Alice said. "I keep wandering, but I don't know where to go." The Cheshire Cat's grin widened even more. "Then it doesn't much matter which way you go," it said. Alice frowned. "But I want to get somewhere." "Oh, you're sure to do that," said the cat, "if you walk far enough." Its tail flicked thoughtfully. "But if you're looking for adventure, you might visit the Hatter. Or perhaps the March Hare. They're both quite mad, you know." "I don't want to meet mad people," Alice protested. "Too late for that," said the cat with a laugh like a ripple of water. "We're all mad here. I'm mad. You're mad." "How do you know I'm mad?" Alice asked, folding her arms. "You must be," replied the cat, "or you wouldn't have come here." And with that, it began to vanish, piece by piece, until only its grin remained, hanging in the air like a crescent moon. "Well, that's the most curious cat I've ever met," Alice said to herself. She chose a path at random, hoping it might lead to some answers, or at least something interesting. Before long, she came upon a sunny clearing where a long table stretched under the shade of a giant tree. The table was covered in mismatched teacups, teapots, and plates of half-eaten cake. At one end sat the Mad Hatter, his top hat tilted at a jaunty angle, and at the other the March Hare, who was busily dunking a watch into a cup of tea. Between them dozed a dormouse nestled in a teapot. "No room, no room," they cried as Alice approached. "There's plenty of room," Alice replied, plopping down in an empty chair. The Hatter squinted at her, as if deciding whether she belonged. "Would you like some wine?" he asked. Alice looked around the table. "I don't see any wine." "There isn't any," said the Hatter. "Then it wasn't very polite of you to offer it," Alice said crossly. "It wasn't very polite of you to sit down without being invited," the March Hare retorted. This was only the beginning of a series of nonsensical conversations. The Hatter asked riddles that had no answers, such as, "Why is a raven like a writing desk?" Alice tried her best to reason with them, but found it quite impossible. The topic of time came up, and the Hatter explained that he had quarreled with time himself, which was why it was always 6 o'clock, tea time. Alice eventually grew tired of their endless chatter and decided she'd had enough. "This is the silliest tea party I've ever been to," she declared, standing up. As she walked away, the sounds of the Hatter and March Hare's laughter faded behind her. She couldn't help but smile, though. Wonderland was strange and often maddening, but it was never boring. And so, she ventured onward, wondering what other peculiar encounters lay ahead. Alice wandered further along the path, her mind buzzing with the peculiarities of Wonderland. Soon, the trees gave way to an open garden of dazzling beauty. Roses as large as dinner plates bloomed in neat rows, their colors so vivid they seemed almost to glow. In the distance, she spotted a group of peculiar figures scurrying about. A closer look revealed they were living, playing cards. These card-like creatures were busy painting the white roses red, dripping scarlet paint over the pristine petals in frantic strokes. Alice, her curiosity piqued, stepped closer. "What are you doing?" she asked a card with the number 2 printed on its chest. "We planted the wrong roses," 2 whispered anxiously, glancing over his shoulder. "The Queen likes red roses, not white. If she sees this, it'll be off with our heads." "Off with your heads?" Alice repeated, horrified. "Shh," hissed another card, this one labeled 5. "Here she comes." At that moment, a trumpet sounded, and the Queen of Hearts entered the garden in a grand procession. She was a formidable figure, clad in a dress adorned with hearts, her crown glittering atop her head. The King of Hearts, small and timid, followed behind her, along with a parade of card soldiers. The Queen's sharp eyes immediately fell on Alice. "Who is this?" she demanded. Alice curtsied, though her knees felt a little wobbly. "I'm Alice, Your Majesty." The Queen's gaze narrowed. "And what are you doing here?" "I was just admiring your lovely garden," Alice replied, hoping to sound respectful. Grunted the Queen. Her mood shifted abruptly, and she shouted, "Let's play croquet." The soldiers quickly assembled a croquet set, but in true Wonderland fashion, it was unlike any croquet Alice had ever seen. Flamingos served as mallets, their long necks bending and twisting unpredictably, and hedgehogs curled into balls, rolling along the grass as the players attempted to hit them through arches made of bent playing cards. It was chaos. The Queen swung her flamingo with reckless abandon, shouting, "Off with his head!" Every time something went wrong, which was often. The King, meanwhile, whispered timidly to Alice, "She never actually executes anyone, you know. It's all bluster." Despite this reassurance, Alice couldn't help but feel uneasy. The Queen's temper was as unpredictable as everything else in Wonderland. As the game devolved into utter pandemonium, Alice spotted a familiar grin materializing in the air above her. The Cheshire Cat had returned. "How do you like the Queen?" it asked, its eyes twinkling with mischief. "Not at all," Alice whispered. "She's dreadfully short-tempered." The Queen, noticing Alice's distraction, turned her fury on her. "What are you whispering about?" she bellowed. "Off with her head." "I don't think you can do that," Alice retorted, her courage bolstered by frustration. "You're nothing but a pack of cards." The Queen gasped, and for a moment, everything froze. Then, the card soldiers began to rise into the air, swirling like a whirlwind. Alice shielded her eyes as the world around her began to blur and shift. When she dared to look again, the garden was gone, and she was once more standing on an unfamiliar path. She sighed in relief and brushed herself off. That was quite the spectacle, she said to herself. And so, Alice continued her journey, wondering what peculiar adventure awaited her next in this mad, mad world. After escaping the Queen's chaotic croquet game, Alice found herself wandering along a path that twisted and turned in every direction, as though it couldn't decide where it wanted to lead. She trudged on, feeling a mixture of relief and curiosity. The air grew salty, and soon she arrived at the edge of the sea, where she encountered two odd figures sitting on the sand. One was a griffin, a majestic creature with the body of a lion and the wings and head of an eagle. It was lazily sprawled out, its talons drawing shapes in the sand. Beside it sat the mock turtle, a peculiar being that looked like a turtle with a mournful expression and the feet of a calf. "They told me to bring you here," said the griffin, its voice a mix of laziness and authority. "Who did?" Alice asked, her curiosity immediately piqued. "The Queen, of course," the griffin replied. "She said you must hear the mock turtle's story." Alice looked at the mock turtle, who sniffled dramatically and wiped a tear from its eye. "Why are you so sad?" she asked gently. "It's my natural state," the mock turtle replied, heaving a deep sigh. "Shall I tell you my tale?" "Please do," Alice said, sitting down on a rock. The mock turtle cleared its throat, and with a voice that wavered between sorrow and pride, it began its story. "Once I was a real turtle. I lived in the sea and attended the finest school, reputable and rigorous. It was called the School of Hard Shells." "What did you study there?" Alice asked, intrigued. "Reeling and writhing, of course," said the mock turtle, "and also ambition, distraction, uglification, and derision." Alice frowned. "I've never heard of those subjects." "Clearly, you've not had a proper education," the mock turtle said, shaking its head. "We also took courses in laughing and grief, taught by the finest instructors. And do you know what our weekly dance lesson was called?" Alice shook her head. "The Lobster Quadrille!" cried the mock turtle, perking up a little. At this, the griffin jumped to its feet. "Shall we show her?" it asked eagerly. "Oh yes," said the mock turtle, its mournful demeanor briefly replaced by enthusiasm. The two creatures began an elaborate and highly ridiculous dance with leaps and spins that sent sand flying everywhere. The griffin sang a jaunty tune, and the mock turtle joined in. "Will you, won't you, will you? Won't you, will you join the dance?" Alice clapped along, thoroughly amused by the performance. When the dance was over, the mock turtle slumped back into its melancholic posture. "Such happy times," it sighed wistfully. "But now, here I sit, far from the sea, with nothing but my memories and the griffin for company." "Your story is very interesting," Alice said kindly, though she wasn't entirely sure she understood it. "Shall we go back now?" the griffin asked, stretching its wings. "The queen may be looking for you." Alice hesitated, but nodded. As they walked away, she glanced back at the mock turtle, who waved a flipper sadly. "Goodbye," Alice called. "Goodbye," it replied, its voice echoing softly over the waves. And so, Alice followed the griffin back toward the queen's court, her mind spinning with thoughts of curious lessons and dancing lobsters. Wonderland, she realized, had a way of making even the strangest encounters feel like something wonderful and unforgettable. The griffin led Alice back to the Queen of Hearts' court, where the scene was as chaotic as ever. The card soldiers were scrambling to stack themselves in perfect formations. The king was fretting over a misplaced crown, and the queen was bellowing, "Off with their heads," at anyone who dared cross her path. In the midst of this commotion, a trial was underway. A makeshift courtroom had been set up, and at its center stood a trembling knave of hearts, accused of stealing the queen's tarts. "Silence!" roared the queen as Alice and the griffin entered. "The trial begins now." Alice, her curiosity once again taking charge, made her way to the front of the crowd to watch. The king, acting as the judge, adjusted his crown and declared, "Call the first witness." The white rabbit, who appeared to be the court's herald, scurried forward. "The first witness is Alice," he squeaked. "Me?" Alice gasped. Before she could protest, she was ushered to the stand. The queen leaned forward, her eyes narrowing. "What do you know of this crime?" "Nothing at all," Alice replied firmly. "Nothing?" the queen repeated, her voice rising. "That's very suspicious." "Not at all," Alice retorted. "In fact, this whole trial is nonsensical." The queen's face turned red as a rose. "Nonsensical? Off with her." But Alice, who was growing quite tired of the queen's antics, stood tall. At that moment, she realized something peculiar. She was growing. With each passing second, she became larger and larger until she towered over the entire court. "Who's afraid of a pack of cards?" she declared boldly. The queen shrieked, and the card soldiers rushed toward Alice, their edges fluttering like the pages of an angry book. But Alice simply swatted them away. As the cards swirled around her, the world began to blur and dissolve. She felt a soft breeze on her face and opened her eyes to find herself lying beneath a tree, the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves. The familiar sounds of the real world, the rustle of grass, the chirping of birds, welcomed her back. "Why, I've been dreaming," Alice exclaimed, sitting up. She glanced around and saw her sister nearby, reading a book. "You've been asleep for quite some time," her sister said, smiling. Alice stretched and gazed into the distance, her mind still full of Wonderland's wonders. The grinning Cheshire Cat, the eccentric Mad Hatter, the mournful Mock Turtle, and the blustery Queen of Hearts. "What a curious dream it was," she murmured. As her sister returned to her reading, Alice lay back down, her thoughts racing. She wondered if Wonderland was truly just a dream, or if perhaps it existed somewhere just beyond the edge of reality. A place where curiosity and imagination reigned supreme. And though she had returned to the ordinary world, Alice knew that the magic of Wonderland would stay with her forever. A reminder that life itself is often as mad, beautiful, and unpredictable as a journey through a rabbit hole. Thank you for joining us on this whimsical journey through Alice's adventures in Wonderland. From curious cats to mad tea parties, we hope you enjoyed every moment of Alice's enchanting journey. If you found yourself lost in the wonder of it all, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this story with your friends. And remember, no matter where life takes you, always stay curious, because in Wonderland, anything is possible. Sweet dreams, and until next time, this is Mr. Sleep Story, wishing you a night full of magical dreams and endless adventures. Tonight, I shall be reading a retelling of a classic from the Brothers Grimm, a magical and enchanting tale known as Little Briar Rose. Long ago, in a kingdom nestled amidst rolling emerald hills and ancient forests, there lived a kind and noble king and his radiant queen. Their castle, perched atop a gentle rise, stood as a beacon of prosperity and harmony. Yet, for all their wealth and wisdom, one sorrow shadowed their lives. They were childless. Every room in the grand palace seemed to echo with their longing, and every feast and celebration seemed incomplete without the laughter of a child. The queen, graceful as moonlight, often wandered into the gardens of the castle, her heart heavy with yearning. She would sit by a glistening fountain that sang a soft, rippling melody, her gaze fixed on the shimmering water as if hoping it might grant her a wish. The king, ever devoted, sought counsel from far and wide, consulting wise sages and offering prayers to the heavens, but no child came to bless their union. One golden morning, when the first rays of the sun painted the world in hues of warmth and wonder, the queen strolled alone to a quiet glade near the castle grounds. This spot was her sanctuary, where the air was always fragrant with blooming wildflowers, and a crystal-clear brook babbled softly through the earth, as though whispering secrets of nature. She knelt by the brook and dipped her hands into the cool water, her heart murmuring its deepest wish, to hold a child of her own. As her wish floated silently into the morning air, a gentle splash disrupted the stillness of the brook. Startled, the queen looked up to see a glimmering emerald frog perched on a smooth stone. The creature's skin shimmered like a jewel in the sunlight, its golden eyes wise and kind. The queen felt no fear, only a sense of calm curiosity, as the frog gazed at her with a knowing expression. Then, in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves yet clear as a silver bell, the frog spoke. "Do not grieve, O noble queen," it said. "Your longing has reached the heavens, and your heart's wish shall be granted. Within a year, you shall hold a daughter in your arms, a child as beautiful as the dawn, as radiant as the stars." The queen gasped, her hands flying to her chest as joy and wonder overwhelmed her. Could it be true? Was this miraculous creature a messenger of fate, a herald of her deepest dream? She whispered her thanks, her voice trembling with emotion. But before she could utter another word, the frog leaped gracefully into the water, leaving only gentle ripples in its wake. It was as though the glade itself had hushed, holding its breath to preserve the sacred moment. The queen returned to the castle, her heart light as air, her face glowing with newfound hope. When she shared the magical encounter with the king, his joy was boundless. Together, they awaited the fulfillment of the frog's promise, their days now filled with preparation and anticipation. The halls of the castle were soon adorned with golden threads and fragrant garlands, and the kingdom buzzed with quiet excitement, as though nature itself rejoiced in the blessing yet to come. True to the frog's words, a year passed, and the queen gave birth to a daughter, a child so enchanting that even the sun, in all its splendor, seemed to pause in admiration when its light touched her. The princess's cheeks were like rose petals, her hair like threads of gold, and her eyes sparkled with the promise of joy and adventure. The king and queen named her Briar Rose, for she was as precious and delicate as the wild roses that blossomed near the brook where the queen's wish had been granted. The kingdom rejoiced, and from the highest tower of the castle to the humblest village home, the air was alive with celebration. The birth of Briar Rose was more than a blessing to her parents. It was a gift to the entire realm, a promise of hope, beauty, and enchantment that would echo through the ages. From the moment Briar Rose entered the world, it was as though the heavens had poured their blessings upon her. The newborn princess was a vision of delicate beauty, her cheeks soft and pink like the petals of a freshly blossomed rose. Her hair, a fine golden down, seemed to catch and hold the sunlight, glowing faintly even in the dim light of her cradle. Her tiny lips, perfectly shaped, held the softest of smiles, as if she already carried the dreams of the kingdom in her peaceful slumber. Her arrival filled the palace with a newfound joy, a radiant warmth that touched every heart. The king and queen, who had long prayed for this miracle, were captivated by their daughter. Each day they marveled at her perfection. The queen would cradle her in her arms, singing soft lullabies that seemed to blend with the gentle cooing of doves outside the windows, while the king would gaze at her with awe, his heart brimming with pride and love. Even as an infant, Briar Rose seemed to exude an ethereal grace. Her movements, though small and uncoordinated, had a delicate charm. When she stretched her tiny hands toward the sunlight streaming through the castle's tall windows, the servants whispered that the very light itself seemed to gather around her, illuminating her soft features. There was a quiet but unmistakable strength in her, as though she carried within her the promise of something extraordinary. As the days turned into weeks, her personality began to blossom. She was a serene child, rarely crying, as if she already understood the tranquility her presence brought to those around her. Her laugh, when it came, was like the chiming of tiny silver bells, a sound so pure and joyful that it would draw even the busiest servant away from their work to share in her delight. She gazed at the world with wide, curious eyes, their blue depths reflecting the wonder and innocence of her soul. Briar Rose had an unspoken connection to the natural world. The castle gardens, bursting with roses of every hue, seemed to flourish even more vibrantly in her presence. Birds often lingered on the windowsills of her nursery, their songs harmonizing with the gentle tunes her nursemaids hummed to lull her to sleep. When the queen carried her into the garden, butterflies would flit around her, drawn as though by an unseen magic. The kingdom itself seemed to thrive under her influence. Crops grew in abundance, the rivers sparkled clearer than ever, and the people's hearts swelled with hope for the future. Word of the princess's beauty and charm spread beyond the castle walls, and the villagers would gather in the hopes of catching a glimpse of her during her rare appearances. As the day of her christening approached, the palace buzzed with excitement. Courtiers prepared lavish decorations, weaving garlands of roses and golden threads to adorn the great hall. Messengers were dispatched to invite the wisest and noblest of the realm to celebrate the cherished child. The king and queen, though deeply devoted to their daughter, were mindful of the blessings yet to be bestowed upon her by the wise women, who would guide her destiny. The days leading up to the ceremony were filled with anticipation, as the entire kingdom prepared to honor the princess, whose presence had already begun to weave a story of beauty, grace, and promise. Yet, even amidst the joy, an undercurrent of unease lingered in the air, an inexplicable sense that the perfection of this moment could be as fragile as the petals of a rose. The kingdom glittered with celebration as the day of the princess's christening dawned. Bells rang from every tower, their joyful peals carrying the news of Briar Rose's naming ceremony far and wide. Nobles and villagers alike flocked to the grand hall, eager to bestow their blessings on the cherished child. Among the honored guests were 12 wise women, each renowned for their gifts of wisdom and magic. These women, dressed in flowing robes that shimmered like starlight, arrived bearing blessings for the princess. Their presence filled the hall with a sense of wonder, for it was said that their gifts could shape the destiny of any they chose to favor. One by one, the wise women approached the cradle where Briar Rose lay, swaddled in silken blankets and glowing with an otherworldly beauty. The first gifted her with beauty beyond compare, so radiant that even the flowers would envy her. The second bestowed a voice as melodious as the sweetest songbird. The third granted her grace in every step and gesture, while the fourth promised boundless wisdom. Each blessing wove a thread of magic into the princess's destiny, a tapestry of perfection that grew more dazzling with every gift. But as the 11th wise woman stepped forward to offer her blessing, a chill swept through the hall. The air seemed to darken, and the joyous murmurs of the crowd faded into uneasy silence. The grand doors of the hall, flung open in welcome, now slammed shut with an ominous force. All eyes turned to the entrance, where a figure draped in shadows stood. It was the 13th wise woman, her expression a mask of cold fury. Uninvited and overlooked, she had come not to celebrate, but to claim her vengeance for the slight. Her robes were dark as midnight, and her eyes burned with an unnatural light. The king and queen exchanged panicked glances, their joy curdling into dread. They had miscalculated, for though only 12 golden plates had been set at the table, they had underestimated the wrath of the uninvited. Striding into the hall with an air of terrible power, the 13th wise woman stopped before the cradle of Briar Rose. Her voice, sharp and unyielding, rang out like a thunderclap. "You dare slight me, the eldest of the wise women, the keeper of knowledge and fate. For your arrogance, I shall repay you in kind." She raised her hand, and the room seemed to shudder under the weight of her magic. This child, so perfect and blessed, shall meet her doom. On her 15th birthday, she shall prick her finger on the spindle of a spinning wheel and die. A collective gasp swept through the crowd. The queen collapsed into the king's arms, her face pale with horror, while the courtiers stood frozen, unable to intervene. The wise woman's curse hung in the air like a storm cloud, its dark promise chilling the hearts of all who heard it. Before the 13th wise woman could depart, the 12th stepped forward, her face serene yet resolute. "Sister," she began, her voice calm but firm, "your wrath is great, but your curse shall not be absolute. Though I cannot undo it, I shall soften its blow." She knelt before the cradle, her hands glowing with gentle light, and spoke her blessing. "The princess shall not die, but instead fall into a deep slumber, a sleep lasting 100 years. At the end of that time, a kiss of true love shall awaken her." Though the room remained steeped in fear, This promise of hope pierced the darkness like a single beam of sunlight through storm clouds. The 13th wise woman scowled, her eyes narrowing, but she said nothing more. With a swirl of her cloak, she vanished, leaving the castle to grapple with the shadow she had cast. The celebrations ended in somber silence. The king, desperate to protect his beloved daughter, issued a royal decree. Every spinning wheel in the kingdom was to be burned, every spindle destroyed. The royal guards scoured the land to ensure no trace of the cursed tool remained. But deep in their hearts, the king and queen knew that fate, once spoken, could not be easily undone. The curse of the 13th wise woman loomed over Briar Rose, a shadow that neither fire nor decree could banish. And so, the kingdom waited, torn between hope and fear, as the years slipped by, bringing the princess ever closer to her 15th birthday. The years passed like fleeting shadows, and Briar Rose grew into a young woman of unparalleled grace and beauty. The blessings of the wise women shone in her every movement, her every word, and her every glance. Her laughter was like the tinkling of silver bells, her step as light as a spring breeze, and her smile warmed the hearts of all who beheld her. She lived a sheltered life, loved and cherished by her parents, who did everything within their power to protect her from the dark fate foretold at her christening. Despite the king's decree, banning spinning wheels and destroying every spindle in the kingdom, a quiet unease lingered. Fate, it seemed, was a force not easily outwitted. As Briar Rose's 15th birthday approached, the palace grew quiet, its halls filled with whispers of apprehension. Yet the princess, innocent and untouched by fear, moved through her days with a light heart, unaware of the shadow that loomed over her. On the morning of her 15th birthday, the castle was bathed in golden sunlight, the gardens bursting with roses in full bloom. A grand feast had been prepared in her honor, and courtiers bustled about, decorating the halls with ribbons and garlands. Briar Rose, dressed in a gown of soft pink that shimmered like dawn, wandered the castle in search of a moment of quiet amidst the excitement. As she ascended a winding staircase she had never noticed before, curiosity sparked within her. The narrow stone steps spiraled upward, leading to a small, forgotten turret at the top of the castle. Dust motes danced in the sunlight that streamed through narrow windows, and the air smelled faintly of ancient wood and stone. It was a place untouched by time, hidden from the bustle of the palace below. At the top of the stairs, she discovered a small room she had never seen before. The door creaked open to reveal a curious sight. An old woman bent over a spinning wheel, her hands working the spindle with practiced ease. The woman's face was wrinkled but kind, her eyes twinkling as she looked up at the princess. "Good day, my child," the woman said, her voice warm and inviting. "Would you like to try spinning? It's an art as old as time itself." Briar Rose, enchanted by the strange machine and unaware of its danger, stepped closer. "What is this? I've never seen anything like it before." "It is a spindle, my dear," the woman replied. "Come, let me show you how it works." The princess reached out, her fingers brushing the spindle with innocent curiosity. The instant her skin touched the sharp point, a searing pain shot through her finger, and she drew back with a gasp. A single drop of crimson blood welled up, and as it fell to the floor, her vision blurred. The room seemed to spin around her, and her limbs grew heavy as though an unseen force was pulling her into a deep slumber. She collapsed onto a nearby bed, her eyes fluttering shut as the curse fulfilled its dark promise. At that very moment, the spell spread like an invisible wave throughout the castle. The servants in the kitchens paused mid-task and fell asleep where they stood. The courtiers in the grand hall slumped in their chairs, their laughter silenced. Even the king and queen, sitting side by side on their thrones, succumbed to the enchanted sleep, their faces serene despite the tragedy unfolding. The castle itself seemed to sigh, as if surrendering to the spell. Ivy began to creep up its walls, and a great forest of thorns sprang forth, encircling the palace in an impenetrable barrier. The once vibrant halls were soon shrouded in silence, their echoes stilled by the weight of the magic. Briar Rose lay in the turret, her face peaceful, her breath steady. She appeared not as one cursed, but as a vision of serene beauty, her golden hair fanned out like a halo on the pillow. The room grew still, save for the faint hum of the spinning wheel, which continued its work for a few moments more before falling silent. And so, the castle slept, its fate sealed by the spindle's prick. Time moved on beyond the thorny barrier, but within it stood still, holding its breath for the day when true love's kiss would awaken the princess and her enchanted kingdom. 100 years passed, and the world beyond the thorny barrier changed. Seasons turned, kings rose and fell, and stories of the enchanted castle faded into legend. But for those who lived near the forest of thorns, whispers persisted. A tale of a sleeping princess, cursed to slumber until the touch of true love awakened her. The forest itself became a place of mystery, its thick brambles said to be impenetrable and guarded by an ancient magic. Far away, in a kingdom filled with its own stories and struggles, there lived a young prince. He was brave and kind, a seeker of adventure, with a heart attuned to tales of wonder and courage. One day, as he rode through the countryside, he overheard a group of villagers speaking in hushed tones about the legend of the sleeping princess. The prince's curiosity was piqued, and he pressed them for details. "The castle lies beyond the forest," an old man said, his voice trembling with the weight of the tale. "It is said that no one who ventures into the thorns ever returns. But within, they say, a princess of unparalleled beauty sleeps, waiting for the one who can break the curse." The prince felt a stirring in his heart, a sense of destiny calling to him. He resolved to find the castle, not out of a desire for glory, but because the tale touched something deep within him, a belief in the power of love and the courage to face the impossible. With only his trusted horse and a heart full of determination, the prince set out toward the forest. When he reached the edge of the thicket, he marveled at its otherworldly nature. The thorns were unlike any he had ever seen, black and twisted, their tips glinting like iron in the sunlight. Yet, as he approached, the barrier seemed to sense his purpose. The thorns shifted and parted before him, creating a narrow path that invited him forward. The journey through the forest was treacherous. Shadows danced among the trees, and the air was thick with a strange, humming magic. But the prince pressed on, driven by the image of the sleeping princess etched in his mind. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he emerged into a clearing and beheld the castle. Time had left its mark on the grand structure. Ivy and moss clung to its walls, and its once bright banners hung in faded tatters. Yet there was a beauty to the place, an air of timeless enchantment that spoke of its hidden wonder. The prince dismounted and entered the silent halls, where he found the courtiers and servants frozen in slumber. their faces peaceful as if caught in a fleeting dream. Guided by an unshakable instinct, he climbed the winding stairs to the turret. There, bathed in a beam of golden light, lay the princess. Her beauty was breathtaking, her expression serene, as if she were merely resting and not under a century-old spell. The prince's heart swelled with awe and tenderness as he knelt beside her. Gently, he leaned forward and pressed a kiss to her lips. It was a kiss born of love, pure and unselfish, carrying with it the magic needed to break the curse. As his lips touched hers, a ripple of light swept through the room, like the first rays of dawn breaking over a darkened sky. The princess's eyes fluttered open, and for a moment she gazed at the prince with wonder. "Is it you?" she whispered, as if she had been dreaming of him all along. "Yes," the prince replied, his voice filled with warmth. "It is I, here to awaken you." The magic spread throughout the castle, and one by one the courtiers and servants stirred. The halls filled with gasps and laughter as life returned to the enchanted kingdom. Even the forest of thorns melted away, its dark barrier replaced by sunlight and blooming flowers. The king and queen awoke with tears of joy, embracing their daughter and welcoming the prince as their savior. The kingdom celebrated with a feast that lasted for days, rejoicing not only in the breaking of the curse, but in the love that had conquered it. The joy that spread through the castle after the awakening of Princess Briar Rose was unlike anything the kingdom had ever known. Courtiers and servants, newly risen from their century-long slumber, bustled with energy, their hearts filled with gratitude and wonder. The forest of thorns, now transformed into a vibrant and blooming meadow, seemed to echo the joy within the castle walls. Birds sang as if to celebrate the triumph of love, and the air was rich with the fragrance of fresh blossoms. The king and queen, overwhelmed with gratitude toward the prince who had broken the curse, welcomed him with open arms. "You have not only saved our daughter, but restored our kingdom to life," the king said, his voice thick with emotion. "You are truly a man of great courage and a noble heart." The prince, humbled by their words, turned to Briar Rose. From the moment she had opened her eyes and their gazes had met, he had known that their bond was unlike any other. She, too, felt it, a connection that transcended the years and the magic that had bound them. It was as if their hearts had been waiting for this moment, their destinies intertwined long before they had met. As days turned into weeks, the castle bustled with preparations for the grandest celebration the kingdom had ever seen. The prince and princess were to be married, and the event would mark not only the union of two hearts, but the renewal of hope and joy for all. Invitations were sent far and wide, summoning royalty, nobles, and common folk alike to witness the union that had been foretold in legend. The wedding day dawned with a golden sunrise, the sky painted in hues of pink and gold, as if nature itself rejoiced in the occasion. The castle was transformed into a vision of enchantment, adorned with garlands of roses in every shade imaginable. The great hall, where so many had fallen asleep under the curse, was now alive with laughter and music, its chandeliers sparkling like captured starlight. Briar Rose, radiant in a gown of shimmering gold threaded with rose motifs, walked down the aisle with a grace that took everyone's breath away. Her hair cascaded like sunlight over her shoulders, and her eyes shone with a happiness that seemed to light up the room. The prince stood at the altar, his gaze fixed solely on her, his heart pounding with a love so profound It seemed the world itself paused to witness it. The ceremony was presided over by the kingdom's wise elders, who spoke of the power of love to overcome even the darkest curses. Vows were exchanged, promises of devotion and partnership that resonated with every soul present. When the prince and princess were pronounced husband and wife, a cheer erupted, echoing through the castle and beyond. The festivities that followed were unparalleled. Feasting tables stretched as far as the eye could see, laden with delicacies both humble and exotic. Musicians played lively tunes, and dancers twirled beneath the stars. Lanterns floated into the night sky, each one carrying a wish for the newlyweds' happiness. As the evening deepened, the prince and princess stole away to a quiet balcony overlooking the transformed landscape. Hand in hand, they gazed at the kingdom that now thrived once more, its fields lush and its people jubilant. "Do you think it was fate that brought us together?" Briar Rose asked, her voice soft as the night breeze. "I believe it was love," the prince replied, his voice steady and warm. "A love that waited patiently through time and trials, stronger than curses and thorns." Together, they watched as the moon rose high, its silver light bathing the world in serenity. Their journey had been one of challenge and triumph, but now they stood on the threshold of a new life, one they would share, guided by the love that had awakened them both. And so, the prince and princess ruled their kingdom with wisdom and compassion, their love a beacon of hope and harmony. They built a life together filled with laughter, adventure, and the simple joys of shared companionship. The years passed, but their love remained as fresh and bright as the day they first met. They lived happily ever after, their story told and retold across generations, a timeless reminder that even in the face of darkness, love has the power to prevail, awaken, and transform. Thank you for joining us on this magical journey through the timeless tale of Little Briar Rose, a story of beauty, courage, and the enduring power of love. We hope this enchanting retelling brought you peace and comfort, helping you unwind and drift closer to a restful sleep. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to Mr. Sleep Story for more soothing tales to ease your nights. Tap the notification bell so you never miss a new chapter in our collection of bedtime stories. Until next time, may your dreams be filled with wonder, and may sleep bring you the serenity you deserve. Good night. Tonight, let us journey into the shadowy world of a literary masterpiece, Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. This retelling is carefully crafted to retain its Gothic charm while easing your mind into a restful state. Our story begins in the shadows of the Swiss Alps, where the wind whispered secrets through the valleys and the mountains loomed like ancient sentinels. A child named Victor Frankenstein was born into a world of privilege and wonder. His childhood was a tapestry of contrasts, filled with the warmth of familial love, yet tinged with an insatiable hunger for the unknown. Victor's father, Alphonse, was a man of wisdom and stability, while his mother, Caroline, radiated kindness and compassion. Their home in Geneva was a haven, filled with books and the laughter of children. Yet, even amidst this happiness, there was a quiet yearning in Victor's soul, a restlessness that set him apart. As a boy, Victor was captivated by the mysteries of the natural world. He would spend hours wandering through the family's gardens, marveling at the intricate patterns of leaves and the endless hum of life hidden within. It was during one such moment that fate intervened and brought Elizabeth into his life. She was a golden-haired orphan adopted by his parents, a girl whose presence seemed to bring light to even the gloomiest days. Victor regarded her as more than a sister. She was a kindred spirit, a treasure he vowed to cherish and protect. But beneath his tender devotion lay a storm brewing. One fateful day, Victor stumbled upon an ancient tome by the alchemist Cornelius Agrippa. Its pages spoke of forbidden knowledge, of secrets that could unlock the very fabric of life itself. Though his father dismissed the book as outdated nonsense, Victor's fascination only deepened. He devoured the works of Agrippa, Paracelsus, and Albertus Magnus, their ideas igniting a fire in his mind. He began to dream of creation and mastery over the natural world. To Victor, the laws of science were not boundaries, but challenges, veils waiting to be lifted. His curiosity became an obsession, and his youthful innocence gave way to a more profound desire, to understand the spark of life. As Victor grew, tragedy struck. His mother, the gentle light of his childhood, fell ill with scarlet fever. Though her passing was swift, its impact on Victor was profound. Before she drew her final breath, she made a plea that Elizabeth would one day become his wife. Victor, shattered by grief, promised to honor her wishes, yet something in him shifted. Her death was a cruel reminder of life's fragility, a mystery he vowed to unravel. When the time came for Victor to leave his home, he was filled with both anticipation and dread. The University of Ingolstadt awaited, a place where the boundaries of knowledge would be pushed and the seeds of his obsession would find fertile ground. His father, proud yet concerned, encouraged him to seek balance in his pursuits, but Victor was already too far gone. His heart burned with a singular purpose, to conquer the mysteries of creation and death. And so, Victor departed Geneva, leaving behind the innocence of his youth. As he crossed the threshold into adulthood, he carried with him the weight of his mother's loss, the burden of his insatiable curiosity, and a shadow that would soon grow darker than he could imagine. When Victor Frankenstein arrived at the University of Ingolstadt, the world seemed vast and brimming with potential. The towering buildings and bustling halls promised the secrets of science and discovery. Yet the shadow within Victor's heart grew darker with each passing day. He immersed himself in his studies, devouring knowledge like a man starved. His mind, already shaped by the fantastical musings of alchemists, now wrestled with the rigorous logic of modern science. It was here that Victor encountered two men who would forever alter his path. M. Krempe, a stern and dismissive professor of natural philosophy, and M. Waldman, a gentle yet inspiring mentor who saw the spark of brilliance in Victor's obsession. M. Waldman's lectures on chemistry and the power of the natural world ignited something fierce within Victor. Here was a man who understood the promise of science, who spoke not just of its laws, but of its possibilities. Under Waldman's guidance, Victor felt his ambitions solidify. The dream of understanding life itself was no longer a childish fancy. It became an achievable goal, tantalizingly close. As the seasons changed, Victor's studies consumed him. The world beyond the university faded into a distant memory. Letters from his beloved family, Elizabeth, his father, and his friend Henry Clerval, went unanswered, their loving words unable to pierce the fog of his obsession. The nights grew longer as Victor spent countless hours in solitude, poring over anatomical texts, dissecting cadavers, and experimenting with the elements of life itself. It was during these lonely nights that the true descent began. In the flickering light of his laboratory, surrounded by the tools of his trade, Victor pushed the boundaries of science into the forbidden. He collected bones from charnel houses, gathered organs from the newly dead, and stitched them together with meticulous precision. The once bright halls of academia seemed to close in around him, their grandeur replaced by the oppressive weight of his grim work. Though his body grew frail from lack of rest, his mind was aflame. Victor spoke to no one of his experiments, guarding his secret with a paranoia that bordered on madness. His dreams became nightmares, haunted by grotesque visions of his creation and the life he sought to bestow. Yet he could not stop. The goal was too close, the allure of playing God too powerful to resist. On a stormy night, with lightning cracking the sky, Victor reached the pinnacle of his ambition. He harnessed the primal force of electricity, directing its power into the lifeless form he had assembled. As the room filled with the stench of decay and ozone, Victor's heart thundered in his chest. And then it happened. A spark, a twitch, a sudden convulsion. The lifeless body stirred, its eyes opening to reveal a glassy, unnatural stare. Victor had done it. He had created life. But as he gazed upon his work, a wave of horror and revulsion swept over him. The creature was monstrous, its form grotesque and unnatural despite his careful design. What he had hoped would be a triumph of beauty and power now stood before him as a dreadful abomination. Overwhelmed by the enormity of what he had done, Victor fled from the room, leaving his creation to awaken alone. The once brilliant scholar who had sought to unravel the mysteries of life now found himself consumed by the darkness he had unleashed. The night Victor Frankenstein brought his creation to life, a chill colder than the winds of the Alps settled into his soul. Fleeing the laboratory, he staggered through the dark streets of Ingolstadt, the weight of his actions pressing heavily on his chest. His thoughts were a whirlwind of regret, terror, and disbelief. The very hands that had given life now trembled in fear of what they had unleashed. Victor sought refuge in his lodgings, hoping that sleep would erase the nightmare of the creature's grotesque visage from his mind. But sleep eluded him. Every shadow seemed alive, every creak in the floorboards a step closer to doom. When at last he drifted into a restless slumber, it was filled with visions of Elizabeth, her warm smile turning to a ghastly leer, her form decaying before his eyes. He woke drenched in sweat, the echoes of his own screams reverberating in his ears. Morning came, bringing no solace. Driven by a dreadful compulsion, Victor returned to the laboratory. He dreaded what he might find, yet the room was empty. The creature, his creature, had vanished. Relief washed over him, mingled with an insidious fear. Where had it gone? What would it do? For days, Victor wandered the city, his mind fractured and his body weakened by sleepless nights and gnawing dread. He avoided his professors and classmates, retreating into a solitary world of guilt and paranoia. The memory of the creature's yellow, watery eyes and patchwork form haunted him like a specter. He began to feel as though the monster's shadow followed him at every turn. It was in this state of despair that Victor encountered his childhood friend, Henry Clerval, who had arrived in Ingolstadt to pursue his own studies. Henry's presence was like a balm to Victor's tormented soul. With his kind eyes and unshakable optimism, Henry coaxed Victor out of his darkness, encouraging him to reconnect with the world he had so thoroughly abandoned. Under Henry's care, Victor's health began to improve. The nightmares receded, and the oppressive weight of his secret seemed to lighten, though it never fully left him. Victor convinced himself that the creature had fled far away, perhaps lost in the wilderness, never to be seen again. For a time, he allowed himself to hope that he could escape the consequences of his ambition. But fate, as it often does, had other plans. Several months later, a letter arrived from Victor's father. Its words pierced his fragile sense of peace. His younger brother, William, was dead, strangled by some unknown assailant in the woods near their family estate. The tragedy plunged Victor into a renewed state of anguish. He resolved to return to Geneva at once, eager to console his grieving family and escape the city that had borne witness to his terrible deeds. As he approached the Swiss Alps, the familiar landscape brought both comfort and unease. In the brooding skies above and the towering peaks shrouded in mist, Victor felt the presence of his past lurking just beyond sight. And, as he wandered the path toward home, a storm gathered on the horizon, mirroring the turmoil in his heart. In a flash of lightning, Victor saw it, a figure of immense stature, moving with unnatural speed across the rocky terrain. The creature, his creation. It was not lost, not gone, but here, in the heart of his homeland, weaving itself into the fabric of his life once more. The storm raged on, and Victor stood frozen, his soul gripped by a chilling certainty. The horrors he had unleashed were far from over. Victor Frankenstein's return to Geneva was steeped in sorrow. The death of his youngest brother, William, had cast a pall over his family. Elizabeth was consumed with guilt, believing that her carelessness in allowing William to carry a prized locket had made him a target. Victor's father, once a man of quiet strength, now seemed weathered and broken. But Victor bore a greater burden. The figure he had seen during the stormy approach to Geneva haunted his thoughts. He knew the truth, that William's death was no accident, no random crime. The creature, his own creation, was the hand that had snatched the boy's life. Victor's heart twisted with guilt and horror, but he dared not share his suspicions. Who would believe him? Who could comprehend the dark secret he carried? As if this tragedy were not enough, fate dealt another cruel blow. Justine Moritz, a kind-hearted servant of the Frankenstein family, was accused of William's murder. The locket, found in her possession, a cherished trinket that Elizabeth had once gifted William, was enough to seal her fate. Justine proclaimed her innocence, but the evidence against her was damning. She was arrested, tried, and sentenced to death. Victor, racked with guilt, knew the creature had planted the locket to frame her. But fear and shame silenced him. How could he confess that he had unleashed a monster upon the world? How could he admit that the horror now befalling his family was his own doing? He watched in anguish as Justine was condemned, unable to summon the courage to speak the truth. On the night before her execution, Victor and Elizabeth visited Justine in her cell. The young woman, serene despite her fate, forgave them both and professed her innocence once more. Elizabeth wept bitterly, clinging to Justine as though her love alone might save her. Victor, however, could barely meet her gaze. The weight of his guilt was too great. When morning came, Justine was hanged, and Victor's torment deepened. His once idyllic family was now fractured by grief, and he bore the full weight of responsibility. He sought solace in solitude, retreating to the mountains in search of peace. But the rugged beauty of the Alps offered no comfort. Instead, the jagged peaks seemed to mirror the chaos within his soul. It was during one of these solitary wanderings, high in the remote wilderness, that Victor encountered the creature once more. It approached him, no longer the silent shadow he had feared, but a being of startling intellect and eloquence. Its voice, deep and resonant, was filled with a mixture of rage and sorrow. It accused Victor of abandoning it, of casting it into a world that rejected it at every turn. The creature recounted its lonely existence, how it had awakened in confusion and pain, only to be met with fear and hatred by every human it encountered. It spoke of longing for companionship, for acceptance, and of its growing bitterness as these hopes were continually dashed. Victor listened, torn between revulsion and pity, as the creature revealed the depth of its suffering. Finally, the creature made a demand. It wanted Victor to create a companion for it, another being, like itself, to share its solitude and misery. In return, it promised to retreat into the wilds, never to trouble humanity again. Victor recoiled at the idea, but the creature's words carried a chilling truth. If denied, it vowed to unleash its wrath upon him and his loved ones, ensuring that his life would be as wretched as its own. Victor, shaken and desperate, agreed to the creature's demand, though his heart was filled with dread. He knew he was stepping further into the darkness he had created, but the promise of peace, however fleeting, was too tempting to ignore. He returned to Geneva carrying a heavy promise, a vow to create a companion for the being he had so recklessly brought to life. Yet the thought of repeating his dark experiment filled him with dread. Every glance at his grieving family, every letter from Elizabeth pleading for him to find peace, deepened his torment. How could he craft another monster, knowing the suffering his first creation had already wrought? As the months passed, Victor sought excuses to delay. He buried himself in the quiet of his father's estate, attempting to find solace in the company of his loved ones. But the creature's shadow loomed large, a silent threat over his every moment of reprieve. It watched him from afar, an unspoken reminder of the promise he had made. Eventually, Victor could delay no longer. He told his family he needed to travel abroad to restore his health and further his studies. His father, anxious for his son's well-being, reluctantly agreed, and Elizabeth, though pained by his departure, trusted his assurances that he would return soon. Victor journeyed to the remote Orkney Islands, a desolate cluster of rocky isles battered by fierce winds and cold seas. Here, he set up a small, crude workshop far from prying eyes. The barren landscape reflected his inner turmoil, and the isolation amplified the weight of his task. By day, he gathered materials and prepared his experiments. By night, he wrestled with his conscience. Victor Frankenstein fled the Orkney Islands with the remnants of his shattered resolve weighing heavily upon him. The creature's haunting promise, "I will be with you on your wedding night," echoed endlessly in his mind. He longed to escape the darkness that seemed to follow him, but there was no refuge from the consequences of his actions. The shadow of his creation stretched across every horizon. After leaving the islands, Victor sailed to the mainland, seeking anonymity in the chaos of distant towns and crowded ports. His body was frail, his mind fractured, yet the sense of dread kept him moving. He refused to tell his family of the horrors he faced, shielding them from the monstrous truth. Letters from Elizabeth arrived often, filled with love and concern, pleading for his return and urging him to reclaim the joy that had once defined his life. Each word was a dagger to his heart, for Victor knew that danger loomed closer with every passing day. It was during one of his restless travels that fate turned against him again. In a small village along his route, Victor was suddenly arrested. He learned that a man's lifeless body had been found washed ashore, a victim of strangulation. The villagers, finding Victor near the scene, accused him of murder. Though he protested his innocence, his haggard appearance and evasive demeanor made him an easy target for suspicion. To his horror, Victor discovered that the victim was Henry Clerval, his dearest friend. Henry, who had always been a beacon of kindness and optimism, had fallen prey to the creature's wrath. The sight of Henry's lifeless body broke something in Victor, and he collapsed into a feverish delirium. For weeks he remained imprisoned, consumed by grief and guilt. In his fevered dreams, the creature's ghastly form appeared, mocking him, reminding him that this was but the beginning of its vengeance. Eventually, Victor's father arrived to secure his release, convinced of his son's innocence. The reunion was bittersweet. Alphonse Frankenstein's joy at seeing Victor alive was tempered by the realization that his son was a shadow of the man he had once been. Victor, though freed, carried with him the unbearable burden of Henry's death and the chilling certainty that the creature's promise would soon come to fruition. Upon returning to Geneva, Victor attempted to find solace in the arms of his family. Elizabeth, ever devoted, worked tirelessly to restore his spirits. Despite his mounting fears, Victor allowed himself to be drawn into preparations for their long-delayed wedding. Yet every step toward the ceremony felt like a march toward doom. The creature's ominous vow rang in his ears, and though he warned Elizabeth of vague dangers, he could not bring himself to reveal the full truth. The wedding day arrived, a bittersweet occasion cloaked in foreboding. Victor and Elizabeth exchanged vows under the bright sunlight, their families rejoicing around them. For a fleeting moment, Victor dared to hope that the creature's threat was empty. But as night fell and the couple retreated to a secluded villa, his dread returned with full force. The villa, nestled by the tranquil waters of Lake Geneva, seemed a peaceful refuge. Victor, however, was on edge, prowling through the shadows, prepared to confront the creature. He armed himself and stationed himself near the door, waiting for the monster to strike. But he had misjudged his adversary. The creature, cunning and cruel, sought not Victor, but his heart. From the bedroom came a scream, a sound so piercing and desperate that it froze Victor's blood. He rushed into the room to find Elizabeth lifeless on the bed, her body limp, her once radiant face now a mask of terror. The creature had fulfilled its promise, exacting its vengeance in the most devastating way possible. Victor fell to his knees, his world shattered beyond repair. Outside, the wind carried the faint sound of mocking laughter as the creature disappeared into the night. Victor swore vengeance, vowing to pursue the monster to the ends of the earth if necessary. But in his heart, he knew that no act of retribution could ever mend the ruin his ambition had caused. The process of creating life once more was both a physical and emotional torment. The lifeless form taking shape on his table was a grotesque mockery of his earlier ambitions. Each stitch, and every careful adjustment reminded him of the consequences of his first act of hubris. But, as the creature had promised, its silent presence was never far, its watchful eyes a constant pressure. One night, as Victor worked by the dim light of a lantern, he paused to consider the future. What if this new being, like its predecessor, became a source of suffering? What if the two creatures united became a force of unimaginable destruction? The weight of these fears grew unbearable. In a moment of desperation, Victor seized the lifeless form and tore it apart, scattering the pieces in a frenzy of guilt and defiance. The creature appeared almost instantly, its massive form filling the doorway of the workshop. Its face, once filled with hope, now twisted with fury. "You have destroyed my only chance for happiness," it bellowed, its voice a thunderous echo in the small space. Victor, trembling, met its gaze and spoke defiantly. "I will not repeat my mistake. I will not unleash another abomination upon this world." The creature's rage was like a storm, its voice shaking the very walls of the workshop. It cursed Victor, vowing vengeance. "I will be with you on your wedding night," it hissed before disappearing into the darkness. Victor was left alone, the winds howling outside as his heart pounded with dread. The creature's words were a dire warning, a promise of suffering yet to come. Exhausted and broken, Victor fled the Orkneys, seeking to escape the horrors he had unleashed. But there would be no escape. The shadow of his creation followed him wherever he went, and the storm of vengeance it had promised was already brewing. The death of Elizabeth marked the final collapse of Victor Frankenstein's soul. Her lifeless form haunted his every step, her absence a void too vast for words. The creature had stolen everything from him, his brother, his friend, his beloved. And now it taunted him, daring him to act. Grief, guilt, and rage burned within Victor as he stood over Elizabeth's grave, his heart hardened with a single purpose: to destroy the monster he had created. Victor turned his back on Geneva, unable to face his family's sorrow and his own crushing remorse. With little more than a pistol, a few provisions, and a map of Europe, he set out on a desperate chase. His mind, once brilliant and analytical, now seemed consumed by vengeance. He followed rumors of a towering, unnatural figure moving through villages, leaving terror and devastation in its wake. The journey was long and grueling. Victor's pursuit took him through desolate landscapes, across mountains and frozen plains, and into the biting cold of the north. The creature, cunning and relentless, seemed always a step ahead, leaving signs of its presence: footprints in the snow, scraps of discarded clothing, or the occasional mocking message etched into the bark of a tree. "Follow me, Victor," one such message read, "to the ends of the earth, if you dare." The words both infuriated and propelled him. Victor knew this was a game to the creature, a twisted contest of endurance and will. Yet he pressed on, his body growing weaker with each mile. Sleep became a fleeting luxury, food an afterthought. The cold clawed at his skin, the weight of his exhaustion pressing on him like an iron shroud. But the fire of his resolve burned ever brighter. As the chase drew him further north, the world around him transformed into an alien landscape. Endless fields of ice stretched to the horizon, shimmering under a pale, unyielding sun. The air was sharp and brittle, each breath a struggle. It was here, in this frozen wilderness, that Victor finally caught sight of the creature again, a dark silhouette against the blinding white. Victor pursued the figure across the ice, his strength failing but his determination unwavering. The creature, for all its cruelty, seemed equally worn. Its once powerful stride had slowed, and its form seemed shrunken, almost skeletal. But even in its weakened state, it moved with purpose, drawing Victor deeper into the Arctic's icy heart. Finally, as a storm began to gather on the horizon, Victor collapsed on the ice. His body could go no further. The creature, as if sensing its creator's defeat, turned back. It stood over Victor, its face inscrutable, a grotesque blend of anger and sorrow. "Why do you persist?" it asked, its voice deep and resonant, carrying across the desolation. "You sought to play God, Victor, and yet you could not bear the responsibility of your creation. Now, you chase me, hoping to undo what cannot be undone. Do you not see that we are bound together by your ambition and my suffering?" Victor, trembling with cold and fury, could only curse the creature. "You are a demon," he spat. "You have brought nothing but misery to this world, and I will see you destroyed, even if it costs me my life." The creature laughed, a hollow, bitter sound. "Then follow me, Victor, to your end and mine. This is your punishment, and it is mine. We are locked in this dance until the ice claims us both." Before Victor could reply, the storm overtook them. Blinding snow and howling winds swallowed the creature's figure as it disappeared into the white. Victor, barely alive, was later found by the crew of an Arctic-bound ship led by Robert Walton, who took him aboard. As the ship drifted through the frozen expanse, Victor recounted his tragic tale to Walton. His voice was weak, his body ravaged by his pursuit, but his resolve remained. Even as death loomed, he urged Walton to continue the chase if he could, to destroy the monster before it could wreak more havoc. But the ice had other plans. As Victor's life ebbed away, the ship became trapped, unable to press further into the Arctic wilderness. Walton and his crew faced a choice: continue risking their lives or return home. Before the decision could be made, Victor succumbed to his exhaustion, dying with the creature's name on his lips. That night, as Walton mourned his fallen passenger, the creature appeared aboard the ship, standing over Victor's lifeless body. Its face was a mask of anguish. "He was my creator," it said, its voice breaking. "I am bound to him, and now that he is gone, I am truly alone." The creature spoke of its suffering, of the despair that had driven its every action. It admitted its crimes, but claimed it had only sought what all beings desire: companionship and understanding. With Victor dead, its purpose was gone. "I shall die as he died," it said, "but my death will bring no peace." With that, the creature disappeared into the Arctic night, vowing to end its existence. Walton watched its shadow vanish, leaving only the desolation of the ice and the haunting echoes of Victor Frankenstein's tragedy. Sleep now, dear listener, and let the cold, somber winds of the Arctic carry you into dreams of ambition, regret, and the delicate balance between creation and destruction. Thank you for joining me tonight on Mr. Sleep's Story. I hope this retelling of Frankenstein has brought you comfort and a sense of calm as you drift into a peaceful sleep. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to subscribe for more soothing tales to relax your mind and help you unwind. Your next favorite bedtime story is just a click away. Until next time, may your dreams be sweet and your nights be restful. Good night. Tonight, let yourself drift into a world of myth and wonder as we recount the enchanting story of Perseus and Medusa. Immerse yourself in the bravery of Perseus, the intrigue of ancient Greece, and the legendary encounter that has fascinated generations. Long ago, in the ancient kingdom of Argos, there ruled a mighty king named Acrisius. Though his lands were fertile and his people prosperous, Acrisius's heart was shadowed by a singular fear. He had no son to inherit his throne. Instead, he had been blessed with a daughter, the fair and gentle Danae, whose beauty was said to rival the dawn. But to the king, her charm could not erase his unease. One fateful day, seeking guidance and solace, Acrisius journeyed to the oracle of Delphi. With trembling voice, he asked the seer if he would ever sire a son. The oracle, her gaze unyielding as the heavens, uttered a prophecy that froze the blood in his veins. You shall have no son, but through your daughter a grandson shall rise, a child destined to bring your death. The words haunted Acrisius, echoing in his mind as he returned to Argos. He feared the prophecy, and more so, he feared the unborn grandson who might one day end his reign. Yet Danae was his daughter, his blood. What could he do to prevent the gods' decree? Driven by desperation, Acrisius constructed a towering bronze chamber beneath the earth, a prison gilded with the pretense of luxury. There, he confined Danae, hiding her from the eyes of men and the will of the gods. He believed this act would thwart the prophecy, ensuring no suitor would ever find her. No child would ever be born. But the gods are not so easily deceived. From the skies, Zeus, king of the gods, beheld Danae's sorrowful beauty and was moved by her plight. One night, he descended to her in the form of a golden rain, cascading through the cracks of her prison and filling the chamber with a divine glow. From this union, a child was conceived, a boy named Perseus, whose birth would change the course of fate. When Acrisius learned of the child, his fury was as swift as a storm. Though he feared the wrath of the gods, he feared the prophecy more. He could not bring himself to spill the blood of his own kin, yet neither could he allow the boy to live. In his cunning, he devised another plan. Danae and her infant son were placed inside a wooden chest, the planks sturdy but not strong enough to resist the ocean's pull. The chest was carried to the edge of the sea, where waves lapped hungrily against the shore. Acrisius stood there, his heart heavy yet resolute, and with a final push, he cast them into the waters. The chest floated upon the vast, restless sea, cradled by the waves like a lullaby. Inside, Danae held her son close, whispering prayers to the gods and soft words of comfort to the infant Perseus, who slept peacefully in her arms. Though the journey was fraught with uncertainty, the divine touch of Zeus protected them from harm. Far away from the grand palaces and gilded halls of Argos, the sea stretched wide and endless, its waves a soft, murmuring song. Beneath the vast canopy of stars, a wooden chest bobbed upon the waters. Inside, Danae cradled her son, Perseus, her whispers soothing the infant as the sea cradled them both. Though her heart bore the weight of uncertainty, Danae clung to hope, a hope born of her love for her child and the gods' unseen watchful eyes. The chest drifted for days, carried by currents as relentless as fate itself. The sun rose and fell, gilding the waters with gold by day and silver by night. Danae prayed to Zeus, her divine protector, and to Poseidon, the master of the seas, beseeching them to guide her and her son to safety. The gods, it seemed, had heard her pleas. One calm morning, the chest washed ashore on the island of Seriphos. The waves, gentle as a mother's touch, nudged the chest onto the sand, where it came to rest beneath the shade of a rocky cliff. There, the island's tranquility enveloped Danae and Perseus, a promise of respite after their harrowing journey. It was Dictys, a humble fisherman and brother to Seriphos' king, who discovered them. Rising early to cast his nets, Dictys often walked the shoreline, scanning the waves for signs of a bountiful catch. But on this day, instead of fish, his sharp eyes fell upon the peculiar chest lying half buried in the sand. Intrigued, he approached and gently pried the lid open. What he found within stirred his kind and compassionate heart. Danae, her face pale from exhaustion but radiant with relief, looked up at him, clutching the infant Perseus to her chest. Dictys saw the fear in her eyes, the marks of hardship etched into her features, and the fragile life she held so protectively. Without hesitation, he extended a hand to help her rise. "Fear not," Dictys said, his voice as steady and warm as the island breeze. "You are safe here." He led Danae and Perseus to his modest home, nestled near the shoreline where the sea whispered to the rocks. His wife welcomed them with open arms, offering food, warmth, and the comfort of shelter. Dictys asked no questions of their origins, for he could see that they had endured much. Instead, he gave them what they needed most: kindness. In the days that followed, Danae and Perseus began to heal. The island of Seriphos, with its gentle hills and azure waters, became their sanctuary. Dictys, who had no children of his own, grew fond of the lively baby Perseus, often rocking him to sleep with the rhythmic stories of the sea. Danae, too, found solace in the simple, honest life of the fisherman and his family, though she kept her tale of exile and prophecy to herself. As the years passed, Perseus grew into a spirited boy, full of curiosity and strength. Dictys taught him the ways of the sea, how to cast a net, read the winds, and navigate the tides. The boy listened with wide eyes, soaking up every lesson like the sun on the waters. Though Danae never spoke of Argos, she often watched her son, and saw in him the makings of a great destiny. The bond between Danae, Perseus, and Dictys deepened, as though fate had knit them into a new kind of family. For a time, the shadow of King Acrisius and the prophecy seemed a distant memory, as if the gods had granted them a reprieve. Yet, in the hearts of those touched by prophecy, there lingers the quiet knowledge that destiny is never truly outrun. Still, for now, the island of Seriphos offered peace, and in its embrace, Perseus's story began to unfold, a tale that would one day echo across the ages. But on this tranquil shore, it began simply with a fisherman's compassion, a mother's love, and a child destined for greatness. Years passed on the serene island of Seriphos, where Perseus grew into a strong and noble young man, his heart shaped by his mother's love and Dictys' quiet wisdom. Though far from the courts of kings and heroes, Perseus possessed a natural charisma and bravery that hinted at the destiny awaiting him. Yet, within the shadows of the island's peace, a new storm began to brew. Polydectes, king of Seriphos and brother to Dictys, was a man of ambition and cunning. Though he ruled the island with authority, his desires often veered toward selfishness. Upon hearing of Danae's beauty, Polydectes was smitten and sought her hand in marriage. But Danae, ever devoted to her son and still wary of the world's dangers, rejected his advances. Her refusal stung the king's pride, and his fondness for Perseus turned into envy and disdain. Polydectes devised a plan to rid himself of Perseus, who had grown into a formidable protector of his mother. Knowing the young man's sense of honor and courage, the king decided to ensnare him with a challenge he could not refuse. The opportunity arose when Polydectes announced a grand feast in honor of his forthcoming marriage. Not to Danae, but to another woman, as a ruse. The king invited all the noble men of Seriphos, including Perseus, to the celebration. As custom dictated, each guest was expected to bring a gift for the king's bride. Polydectes, feigning benevolence, declared his preference for horses, knowing well that Perseus, being poor in material wealth, had none to offer. When the day arrived and the gifts were presented, Polydectes turned to Perseus, his voice dripping with mock sympathy. "Brave Perseus," he said, "it is no fault of yours that you cannot match the splendor of these gifts. Yet, your courage and pride must surely inspire you to bring me something far greater than a horse. Perhaps a feat that will prove your worth." The room fell silent as the young man, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment and anger, stood to address the king. "Name your desire, my lord," Perseus replied, his voice steady, "and I shall fulfill it, no matter how impossible it may seem." Polydectes smiled, the trap set. "If you truly wish to honor me," he said, his eyes gleaming, "then bring me the head of Medusa, the Gorgon whose gaze turns men to stone." A gasp rippled through the hall. Medusa, the most fearsome of the Gorgon sisters, was said to dwell in a desolate land far beyond the known world. Her hair was a writhing mass of venomous serpents, and her eyes could petrify any who dared to meet them. It was a task no man had ever returned from, and Polydectes knew it. Perseus, though young and untested, felt the weight of the king's challenge. To refuse would mean dishonor. To accept meant certain death. Yet his pride and determination outweighed his fear. Straightening his shoulders, he met Polydectes' gaze and declared, "I accept your challenge. I will bring you the head of Medusa." Danae, upon hearing of the king's scheme, was stricken with dread. She pleaded with Perseus to reconsider, to see through Polydectes' malice, but her son, resolute and eager to prove his worth, could not be swayed. In his heart, he believed the gods would guide him, as they had always seemed to do. Little did Perseus know, his journey was already blessed by forces beyond mortal understanding. The gods of Olympus, watching from their celestial heights, had taken an interest in the brave young man. And so, Perseus embarked on a perilous quest, not merely to fulfill a promise, but to confront a destiny that had been waiting for him since the day he was cast into the sea. As he left Seriphos, the echoes of Polydectes' laughter lingered in the air. But so too did the whispers of the gods, who would soon set the wheels of fate in motion. For Perseus's journey to Medusa would be no ordinary adventure. It would be a tale of divine aid, mortal courage. Perseus left unshaken, with determination in his heart, but no clear plan of how to face the monstrous Medusa. The task before him was daunting beyond measure, for Medusa's gaze alone could turn even the bravest warrior to stone. Yet, as he ventured into the unknown, the gods who had watched over him since birth began to intervene. For Perseus's quest was no mere mortal endeavor. It was a journey touched by the will of Olympus. On the first leg of his journey, Perseus found himself wandering through a barren plain, unsure of where to turn. It was there that he encountered Hermes, the messenger of the gods, whose swift feet bore him lightly over the earth. Clad in a winged cap and sandals, Hermes greeted Perseus with a knowing smile. "Brave, Perseus," Hermes said, "your courage is known even among the gods. To defeat Medusa, you will need more than bravery. You will need tools and guidance. Take this sword, crafted by Hephaestus himself. Its blade is unbreakable, sharp enough to cut through even the scales of a gorgon." With a flourish, he handed Perseus a gleaming sword, its edge glinting like sunlight on water. Before Perseus could express his gratitude, the air shimmered with light, and Athena, goddess of wisdom and war, appeared before him. Her gaze was stern, but filled with a quiet strength. "You will also need a shield," she said, presenting him with a polished bronze aegis. "This shield will not only protect you, but serve as your eyes. Use its reflective surface to face Medusa without meeting her gaze directly. Let your mind guide your hand, for strategy is as vital as strength." Armed with these divine gifts, Perseus continued his journey, but Hermes and Athena did not leave his side. They guided him to a secretive place where the nymphs of the west, daughters of the evening, dwelled. These nymphs, keepers of treasures gifted by the gods, awaited his arrival. When Perseus reached their hidden grove, the nymphs welcomed him with laughter like the chiming of bells. "We have been waiting for you, son of Zeus," they said, presenting him with 3 more gifts. The first was the Helm of Darkness, a gift from Hades, which granted invisibility to its wearer. "This will allow you to approach Medusa unseen," they explained. The second gift was a pair of winged sandals, which would allow Perseus to soar above the ground, moving swiftly and avoiding danger. The third was a magic satchel, large enough to safely contain Medusa's head and prevent her deadly gaze from harming others. Finally, Zeus, Lord of the Heavens and Perseus's father, sent a final blessing in the form of a crackling bolt of lightning that illuminated the sky. Though he did not appear in person, Perseus felt his father's presence and heard his voice in the rumble of the storm. "Go forth, my son," Zeus's voice echoed. "You have the tools, the strength, and the favor of the gods. Claim your destiny." With the gifts of the gods secured and their guidance imprinted in his mind, Perseus felt a newfound confidence. Yet the path ahead remained perilous. Medusa's lair lay in a desolate land, surrounded by the petrified remains of those who had failed before him. But Perseus was no ordinary mortal. He was armed with divine favor, mortal cunning, and a heart that burned with resolve. As he soared across the skies on his winged sandals, the words of Athena rang in his ears. "Victory is not assured by strength alone, but by the wisdom to wield it." Perseus knew that the tools he carried were more than weapons. They were symbols of trust and faith from the gods who believed in him. And so, with their aid, he ventured onward, ready to face the monstrous Medusa and prove himself worthy. Guided by the gods and equipped with their gifts, his winged sandals carrying him swiftly over lands unknown to mortal men. Below him stretched vast deserts, jagged mountains, and desolate plains, all untouched by civilization. As he flew, the air grew colder and the skies darker, for he was nearing the edge of the world, where the sun's light barely reached, a place where shadows reigned and few dared to tread. Hermes flew alongside him, pointing the way with his caduceus, while Athena's voice echoed in his mind, reminding him of his strategy and the danger that lay ahead. "Remember, Perseus," she had warned, "Medusa is not alone. Her sisters Stheno and Euryale are immortal and will defend her fiercely. But it is Medusa, the mortal Gorgon, who holds the key to your victory. As he approached the lair of the Gorgons, the land became more foreboding. The ground was littered with statues, warriors, beasts, and even entire caravans turned to stone. Their faces, frozen in expressions of terror, bore silent testimony to the deadly power of Medusa's gaze. Perseus averted his eyes, using the mirrored surface of Athena's polished shield to navigate the eerie terrain. Finally, he reached the entrance to the Gorgon's cave, a dark and jagged maw that seemed to exhale a chill wind. The air was thick with the stench of death, and the faint sound of hissing echoed from within. Perseus paused, steadying his breath and calming his racing heart. He adjusted the helm of darkness upon his head, rendering himself invisible, and tightened his grip on the divine sword gifted by Hermes. The cave was dimly lit by the faint glow of phosphorescent moss that clung to the walls, casting an otherworldly light over the interior. Moving silently, Perseus ventured deeper, his steps guided by the shield's reflection. The statues here were more numerous, their forms twisted and tangled as if caught in the throes of their final moments. Perseus knew he must not falter, for one wrong step or careless glance could spell his doom. In the heart of the shadowy cavern, where silence was broken only by the faint hiss of unseen serpents, Perseus stood before his greatest trial. The Gorgon Medusa, the terror of the ancient world, lay mere paces away. Her monstrous form was shrouded in the dim light, her serpentine hair coiled and still as she slept. Though her eyes were closed, Perseus knew the deadly power they held, a gaze that could turn even the mightiest warrior into lifeless stone. Perseus tightened his grip on the gifts bestowed upon him by the gods. In his right hand, the sword of Hephaestus glinted faintly, its edge sharper than the winds atop Mount Olympus. In his left, Athena's polished bronze shield reflected the cave's dim glow, its mirrored surface his only safe means of facing the deadly Gorgon. Upon his brow sat the helm of darkness, concealing him from mortal and immortal eyes alike. Each step forward was deliberate and soundless, his movements guided by the shield's reflection. Through its polished surface, he could see Medusa's form without meeting her gaze directly. Her hair of writhing serpents shimmered faintly, even in sleep, as though attuned to her very breath. Perseus knew he had no room for error. Any sound, any hesitation, could awaken her and seal his fate. As he approached, he noticed the statues scattered around the cave, warriors frozen in their final moments of life. Their poses were twisted with terror, their weapons raised in futile defense. The sight steeled his resolve. These men had failed, but their sacrifices would not be in vain. Perseus would succeed, for he carried the favor of the gods and the unyielding determination of a hero. Finally, he reached the spot where Medusa lay. Her monstrous features, reflected in the shield, were as terrifying as the tales had described. Her fanged mouth parted slightly in sleep, her claws resting lightly on the ground. Yet there was a strange stillness about her, a fleeting echo of the mortal woman she had once been before the god's curse transformed her into a creature of nightmares. Perseus knelt, positioning the sword above her neck. His breath came slow and steady, his heart a drumbeat in the cavernous silence. In his mind, he heard Athena's voice once more. "Do not let fear rule your hand. Strike true, and the gods will guide your blade." Summoning every ounce of his courage, Perseus raised the sword high. In one swift, fluid motion, he brought it down, its divine edge slicing through scales and flesh with precision. The blow was clean, the strike true. Medusa's head, with its venomous crown of serpents, was severed from her body in an instant. For a heartbeat, all was still. Then, from the lifeless body of Medusa, a strange light emerged, and two beings sprang forth. Chrysaor, a warrior with a golden blade, and Pegasus, the winged horse of legend. These were the children of Poseidon, birthed from Medusa's blood and death. They rose into the air, their forms glowing briefly before disappearing into the vastness of the world beyond. Perseus acted quickly, retrieving the magic satchel gifted by the nymphs. He placed Medusa's severed head inside, careful to avoid her still lethal gaze. As he secured the bag, the ground beneath him began to tremble, and an unearthly wail filled the air. Medusa's sisters, Stheno and Euryale, had awakened, their cries of fury reverberating through the cave like a storm. Perseus turned, his winged sandals carrying him swiftly toward the entrance. The Gorgons, blinded by rage and grief, pursued him, their claws tearing at the air where he had stood moments before. But the helm of darkness rendered him invisible, and their efforts were in vain. Bursting out into the open sky, Perseus soared upward, the satchel secured at his side. Behind him, the cries of Stheno and Euryale faded into the distance, their wrath unable to follow him beyond their desolate domain. With Medusa's head secured in the enchanted satchel, Perseus soared across the skies, the winged sandals carrying him swiftly back toward Seriphos. He felt a newfound confidence surging through him, tempered by the weight of his mission. The Gorgon's head was a trophy of his courage and the god's favor, but it also bore a deadly power, one he knew could bring justice if wielded wisely. As the shores of Seriphos came into view, Perseus's thoughts turned to his mother, Danae. During his long journey, he had often worried for her safety under the watchful eye of King Polydectes. The tyrant's unwanted advances and cunning nature had forced Perseus into this perilous quest. Now, however, he returned not as the young man who had left, but as a hero armed with a weapon of unparalleled power. When Perseus arrived in the palace, the court was in session. Polydectes, seated on his ornate throne, presided over a gathering of nobles and warriors. His expression darkened when he saw Perseus enter, alive and unharmed. He had not expected the young man to return, let alone succeed in the impossible task of slaying Medusa. The room fell silent as Perseus strode forward, his demeanor calm but commanding. He carried himself with the confidence of a hero touched by the divine, and even the king's most loyal subjects seemed uneasy in his presence. "Polydectes," Perseus began, his voice steady and resolute, "I have fulfilled the task you set before me. Behold the head of Medusa, the Gorgon whose gaze turns men to stone." Polydectes scoffed, feigning disbelief. "Lies," he sneered. "You expect us to believe you have slain the unkillable? Show me proof of this feat, if you truly dare." The king's mocking tone was met with murmurs of doubt from the court. Perseus, unflinching, stepped forward and reached for the satchel. As he spoke, his words carried the weight of destiny. "You sought to test my courage and worth, Polydectes. Now, let the truth be revealed." With that, Perseus withdrew Medusa's severed head from the satchel, careful to avert his own gaze. The room erupted into chaos as the Gorgon's terrible visage was unveiled. Her lifeless eyes still held their petrifying power, and anyone who met her gaze was instantly transformed into stone. The courtiers and soldiers turned away in terror, shielding their eyes or fleeing in panic. Polydectes, however, was too stunned by his own disbelief to react. His face froze in an expression of shock as the curse overtook him. Within moments, the king of Seriphos was no more. A lifelike statue now stood in his place, an eternal reminder of his arrogance and cruelty. As the dust settled, the people of Seriphos emerged from their hiding places. Dictys, Perseus's adoptive father figure, stepped forward, his face filled with a mix of awe and gratitude. The people quickly hailed Perseus as their savior, and Dictys was unanimously chosen as the new ruler of the island, a just and kind king to replace the tyrant Polydectes. Perseus, satisfied that his mother and the people of Seriphos were now safe, prepared to continue his journey. He returned Medusa's head to Athena, who enshrined it on her shield, the Aegis, as a symbol of her wisdom and power. The gods, pleased with Perseus's bravery and humility, bestowed their blessings upon him as he made his way back to Argos. When he finally reunited with his mother, Danae, their embrace was one of profound relief and joy. Perseus's trials had proven not only his strength and courage, but also the enduring bond of love that tied mother and son together. Thus, Perseus's journey came full circle. The boy, cast into the sea with his mother, had become a hero whose deeds would echo through the ages. His tale, marked by divine intervention, mortal courage, and the triumph of justice, became one of the greatest legends of ancient Greece. A story of a young man who defied the odds to fulfill his destiny and protect those he loved. Thank you for joining us on this journey through the enchanting story of Perseus and Medusa. We hope this myth transported you to a realm of adventure and wonder, while helping you unwind and prepare for a peaceful night's sleep. If you enjoyed tonight's tale, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you never miss a story. Here at Mr. Sleep Story, there's always another soothing tale waiting to help you drift into sweet dreams. Until next time, rest well, dream deeply, and remember, every story has the power to bring you closer to tranquility. Good night.